Welcome, guys. How you guys doing tonight? I'm going to have a special guest tonight, Pia from Strange Obsession, a Strange Submission, Strange Suspicion. I'm all jumbled tonight, guys. I got some documents I want to go over. One of them is a motion to change venue for Mr. Koberger, and the other is seeking a look at the IGG information. So, how's everyone's day going today? In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah, comes now Brian C. Koberger, and through his attorneys, hereby moves this court for an order allowing certain experts and investigators protected access to to view the IGG materials. Counsel for Mr. Koberger has reviewed the materials currently available under the court's sealed order for disclosure of IGG information and protective order filed with the court on 12/29/23 and requests of the court to include additional members of the defense team access to materials. Mr. Koberger specifically requests the current protective order to expand and allow defense experts such as Dr. Leah Larkin, Becca Barlow, and Stephen Mercer access to the materials. Further, Mr. Koberger requests that the criminal investigators that are a part of the defense team be allowed to have access to the materials as well, expanding the current protective order to include additional members of the defense team and experts, include each additional person subject to the restrictions in the protective order. This request is grounded in Mr. Koberger's Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel and counsel's ongoing duty to investigate the case brought against Mr. Koberger. Access to this materials is necessary to investigate how and when Mr. Koberger was identified as a suspect. What do you guys think about that? Personally, I think it's a bunch of bunk. I really do. And here's the other motion I was talking about. Let me get this all set up for you guys. Here we go. In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah, comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorneys, and hereby moves this court for a change of venue. By this motion, Brian requests a jury pool from outside Latah County. This motion is made pursuant to the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Article 1, 6, 7, 13, and 18 of the Idaho State Constitution, ICR Rules 21, and IC 19-1801. Comes now, Brunswick. Okay. A fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County, owing to the extensive inflammatory pre-trial publicity allegations made about Mr. Koberger to the public by media that will be inadmissible at his trial. The small size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges Mr. Koberger faces, enlarging the jury pool will not do anything to overcome that pervasive prejudicial publicity, because Latah County does not have a large enough population center to avoid the bias in the community. Further, the size of the community and the interconnectedness of the citizenry is problematic and will prevent a fair and impartial pool of jurors. Mr. Koberger, by and through his counsel, requests an opportunity to be heard through the evidentiary presentation and argument no sooner than the end of April 2024. I hereby certify that a true and correct copy of the foregoing was personally served as indicated below on the 30th day of January 2024. Now, see, here's what's funny. That didn't pop up on the website until 2 days ago. So I don't know what they're trying to hide, but it's all a little fishy and it's all a little sus. Let's go to this right here. I'm still here, guys. Little Nick's Pigs action.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Yeah, Bella was just home. She just left on Friday. She left on Friday morning to go to a Pi-Fi party, and she just bought a brand new Range Rover, and she contemplated all day long back and forth whether she should go home, and because she just really wanted to show to Maddie, and some other friends and whatnot. And she's just like, Mom, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the Pi-Fi party, and Maddie's got to see this Miami ride. And I'm like, for sure. Like, I mean, it was nice.
It reads very bizarre.
We're going to jump off today by talking about the ambiguous and partial DNA profile of Bryan Kohberger. Recently, someone on Reddit attempted to discredit Becca Barlow. I'd go as far as to say kind of make fun of her and claim that she's not an expert on DNA at all. All right, there's a couple of things wrong with this person's argument, including the fact that they are wrong about their interpretation overall. And look at that title, robust and full. Even if it weren't incomplete and partial, as we know from the paperwork, adding robust and full is sort of like adding facts you don't have. So after undermining Barlow, they make the argument that this is actually about the Hernandez case. Now, there are a few problems wrong with interpreting it as the Hernandez case. In legal writing, a conclusion that ends with a clear citation indicates that the writer is moving on. It's like clarity at the end of a case analysis. Like, okay, I'm done with this. Here's where you can reference it. Although this Redditor keeps alleging that it's in the same paragraph as the Hernandez information. For one, it's not even on the same page. Two, I think this person is possibly confusing paragraphs with the subsections in the writing because it's clearly another paragraph, which you can see with the 5-character indentation. She's drawing on the Hernandez case to bring up the fact that IGG information is and should always be considered Brady information, meaning attorneys should have to share it with defense attorneys. Now, she ends that again with a clear citation noting she's done discussing the Hernandez case. And each time that she shifts back into talking about Koberger, she uses "and in this case" in the present tense. She actually does this 10 times during the document, and each and every time she uses "and in this case," she's referring to the Koberger case. Ironically, this Reddit user notes that lots of lies get perpetuated, and they are with this very post because there was like 100 comments and really no one called her out on it or him out on it. And everyone seemed to think it was great work. You can kind of see that the person's a little bit over invested in it, as far as I'm concerned, because of the way they get so upset at someone telling them they're wrong. And they actually start hurling insults and saying this person isn't a very good paragraph discerner, although the person's correct. This Redditor is wrong, dead ass wrong, considering that they add a bunch of robust incompleteness to facts that we don't have. But I do think a lot of it is through like normal misinterpretation. Not everyone understands legal writing. But if you were confused, please note the 10 times that she shifts to the present tense, and in this case, she means Koberger. And in fact, during the paragraphs that she uses in this case, I think there's only 2 of them out of 10 times that she doesn't actually use Brian Koberger's name in that paragraph to yet again give us a little bit of decisiveness about our interpretation. This is indeed about Koberger, and each and every time in this case is about Koberger. Cool.
I'm going to be trying out Photoshop's new generative fill tools to see if I can take this image and make it even more atmospheric. So I'll make a
Quote, in this case, unquote. End quote. I always say unquote instead of end quote. Doesn't matter. I don't know, and I don't have time to care. Closing up with, yet again, reference citations legally help to rid ourselves of any obfuscation that may come from the fact that oftentimes legal writings are citing other cases to lead into why they are relevant in the case being litigated at that moment. This is indeed an ambiguous and partial DNA profile we're talking about. Now, whenever we get into the word ambiguous, whenever it pertains to DNA, that typically refers to a sample that originates from a mixture. So this person cites the Hernandez case in order to continue this misinterpretation, stating that it must be belonging to Hernandez because there is no mixed profile in Brian Koberger's case, or there is no partial profile because they so obviously biasly want it to be robust and complete with no facts to actually back that up. Now, here's the thing: when we're talking about a single source profile, I think that it's not really this user's fault either here because that does get a bit confusing. And here's why. All right, well, touch DNA typically does wind up with mixtures. If you're interpreting touch DNA, is usually originated from a mixture. This presents a unique challenge to forensic scientists, and mixed samples are often limited. But the DNA collected from touch DNA is minimal and degraded already. So further contamination by another DNA source bangs head against wall. As a result, the analysis might only yield partial profiles, which are more difficult to match conclusively to an individual. This ambiguity in touch DNA interpretation demands caution and recognizing the limitations in that particular approach, particularly in high stakes legal contexts such as the death penalty. But the situation highlights the advanced forensic techniques that are used here. And here's the thing where it comes to that interpretation. In a case where a comparison, in the case of a mixed sample, you would have scientists trying to interpret that sample, and the analysis techniques used allow for the possibility that scientists are able to identify each profile in the mixture. This can result in the terminology shifting from that sample, referring to it as a mixed sample, because now it's been interpreted and separated in a sense, and it has now become your single source male profile. I mean, there's no other way to refer to it once scientists have successfully isolated and identified DNA from one individual within the mixed sample. It's permanently referred to as their single source profile, even if the identification process involved complex analysis like principal component analysis and the identity of the DNA belonging to a male individual from a mixture. There is no other way to refer to it. So, either way, even if you pull a profile from a mixed sample, it's still going to be considered a single source male profile. In reports and discussions, that's just the terminology and the way that it works. So the fact that this person has used single source profile, so the fact that this person has used that is technically not really their fault. I could see why you would think that the single source doesn't pertain to any mixture, and it wouldn't if you couldn't separate the mixture or interpret the individuals from the mixture. There's some recent development in DNA evolution that actually allows this process to be a bit easier for scientists, called the direct single cell subsampling. But that's probably too nerdy for anyone to care about. Moral of the story, you isolate the DNA from individual cells and you overcome the limitations of traditional methods and the precision of this analysis, allowing you to identify separate profiles, single sources within a mixed sample. This, of course, can enhance the accuracy of any matches that you get afterward. But of course, it does confuse the fact that, of course, your interpretation would be different probably from the scientist sitting next to you. And scientists, this person totally tries to put Becca Barlow down as not a DNA expert. She's a DNA attorney, which is a dual expertise, and it can really help in the interpretation and the translation of like why all this scientific stuff matters in the legal realm. Like you hear even the judge asking things like, okay, so let's say that FBI did go around the rules and they didn't follow the law and they broke the law while they were completing the IGG investigation.
Buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing this.
What does that mean? Well, obviously, someone who has this dual expertise could easily explain that to him. And I don't mean to like be mean to this person at all, though I'm sure they hate me. But like, it did make me kind of like, wow, they really, really need to debunk that because it's huge. And I mean, luckily, Becca Barlow's filing was written well enough that we have 10, I repeat, 10 instances of why we are making this interpretation at least somewhat more close to compare it to someone who is saying that it was about Hernandez, because it's clearly not. And of course, I found during this person's thread while I was reading that they don't even believe it's touch, and in fact, refer to the touch DNA as if, and even if it were touch, but it absolutely is touch. Prosecuting attorney has not come back and objected one time to the reference of it being touch DNA. And we do have that in the paperwork and in the case canon facts of this case. It's touch DNA. And Barlow has 200 cases that she has worked involved in investigative genetic genealogy work in the criminal, procedural, and litigation game. I mean, she is no noob, and she's certainly still a DNA expert. I hate it when people limit people's field of work like that. Let's take, medical child abuse, which I'm working on in another series right now on my channel. There are multiple ways to come at Munchausen by proxy or medical child abuse, and there are lots of different experts that are involved, including research experts, medical experts, legal experts, psychological, et cetera, et cetera. That was my really long way of saying, you guys, it's fucking partial and fucking ambiguous. It most likely came from mixed DNA that they found on the sheath, which, by the way, I noticed a lot of people saying, well, why didn't they find it on the sheath? And possibly they did. But the sheath itself and any DNA found on it would certainly be a mixture. I mean, it's almost impossible to have originally had a single source DNA profile on the sheath at all because it's made up of bovine DNA. So that's where we have the fact that they claim they found this on a button. But again, as we just discussed, it possibly didn't negate the fact that it was a mixture to be interpreted in the first place. And this would completely explain why ISP couldn't pull a single source profile out of it, and they sent it to the FBI and Othram Labs to do their own profiling and own analysis in order to get that difficult source profile to work with in the first place. Do you guys realize how fucking rare this crime is? I mean, statistically, it's like seriously rare. It's a stranger murder, allegedly. It's a one perp versus four victims. So it's a multiple murder by one perpetrator in the home of the victims by a stranger. So stranger killings may not be terribly, terribly rare, but they mostly happen away from the home. Homicides related to burglary or other instances where the perpetrator actually breaks into the home are really, really rare. Not to mention that most stranger crimes are committed against males. So again, we have a times three rarity when it comes to the three female victims because most people killed by strangers are killed away from the home, and most of them will be males. Most women are killed by acquaintances or someone in their family or someone they've had a relationship in the past or present with. I remember Bill Thompson highlighting originally in this case that he was aware, obviously, what the defense was going for was the allegation that the state reverse engineered its case and through either contamination, bad interpretation, or possibly even planting the DNA at the crime scene and on the knife sheath, as defense said, just waiting for investigators to find. And considering the S&P profile has probably traveled more than Koberger's traveled in his life, it's pretty nuts that they're not wanting to show what they did with this profile and that there's actually an FBI copy, an Othram Lab copy, and the fact that it wasn't directly compared to Koberger. And as has been noted many times in the case, you can't compare IgG with the same profile that you're going to put into CODIS because it doesn't work that way. And also, what was noticed by Barlow was that prosecution's fallacy was used here, where they put a percentage on the match between allegedly Brian's dad and the S&P profile that the investigators were working with. They claimed that there was a certain percentage of a match.
Okay, I did a little research today, and the 2017 Ford Fusion looks just like a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. You set them next to each other, and it's identical. And I'll show you right here. Okay, check this out, guys. Here's a 2017 Ford Fusion. There's a 2017 Ford Fusion, guys. And now I'm going to show you what a 2015 Hyundai Elantra looks like. Doesn't it look almost like a match between a 2017 Ford Fusion and that's a 2015 Hyundai Elantra? They look almost identical, don't they? You guys saw the 2017 Ford Fusion. Don't they look alike? There's the side view. There's the side view of the 2015 Hyundai Elantra. Isn't that freaking wild? They look almost identical. So how do we know that that car in the still from the gas station? How do we know that's not a 2017 Ford Fusion? Because the Fusion and the Elantra look identical. They look damn near identical, from the side view. That's freaking wild, guys.
When really what they're doing here is being unable to exclude you from this group of people, and especially without showing us the group that they're working with. Like, are they using 23andMe? Are they using Ancestry? What database are they using, and how large is it? That would be a considerable thing to leave out when you're trying to match a DNA profile, and especially when you're trying to hook it with the percentage. Like, you guys, it's octillionth, blah 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 blah. Like, there's practically no effing way that it's not him type shit. It's impossible to do here without telling us the size of your database at the time, apparently defense attorneys didn't even know which databases the investigators had actually used in order to come to this conclusion. And it was probably a number thrown out there prejudicially to Koberger. Been over years since the crimes have occurred, and we've just simply needed to be reminded of some of the things from the beginning of this case. And there's a lot of people, there's a lot of narrative around the crime that it's like normal. Well, not normal, but then it's like the most unconfusing, simplest, unambiguous crime between a stranger, a psycho who just wanted to kill four people with absolutely no motive and no connection to them and no previous health related concerns, a career ahead of him. He's attempting to obtain his doctoral degree, applying to work for law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. It appears he would have no reason to just decide he wanted to kill, but that is the main narrative. But people get super miffed if people include that it had anything to do with anything super secretive before the murder. They indicate everything is secretive because of the gag order, which is not true. And everyone forgets that the Supreme Court was like, yo, this ain't really our job. And you were supposed to ask John Judge first, but this is a broad ass gag order. You guys should check yourself before you wreck yourself. And that was the Idaho Supreme Court. I hear that's no easy crowd. Word on the street. But moral of the story was that they all say that it's a super normal crime and basically that there's nothing to look at. But early on, we have the estates of Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan suing University of Idaho, Moscow City Police Department, FBI, and any related agencies for somehow causing, whether through negligence, failure to act, failure to inform, failure to protect, causing the murders of Maddie and Kaylee. Now, they're not suing them in case they don't solve the crimes. I actually think I've heard Shannon Grace say something similar to that, and it's totally bullshit. He's just negating to answer the actual question of what they were suing for, which thus far has been kept out of the public eye. Well, I mean, we'd see a whole lot of cases if it were just for pure negligence to solve the crime. This is obviously and more importantly, legally, it's referring to something before the murders to have caused the death of these two girls. It's not for something afterwards. It's not a just in case you do something later to sue for. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're not exactly bound by timelines as far as it pertains to something that hasn't happened yet, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm still and will probably forever remain suspicious of the grub truck video, especially since we know controlled buys and other things go down in that area of town with the Quad Cities Task Force. These lawsuits sealed the deal for me. I can't negotiate this in my brain as anything pertaining to normality of these crimes. And again, legally, it has to pertain to something before the murders. So, how were the police negligent in Maddie and Kaylee's deaths? That's what I want to know. Now, if it were normal to sue them for lack of preservation of evidence, I totally get the drift. It's typically not, but wow, these guys make the Keystone Cops look good. And that's a part of the most annoying narrative ever to me. Here's this fucking corrupt police force, and people act like it's only conspiracy theorists that's like, hey, you know what? I better make Moscow PD show their work. They've been known to not only not show their work, but to actually tamper with their work, hide their work, and not disclose their work. Or, in the case of the mattresses and many other forensic areas of this crime, to just not do the damn work. It took over 3 days for the police to even communicate with the public at all about these crimes. And they release a statement, and originally we don't even get the names of the victims. 3 days later, they come out and they're asking for the public's health, gathering surveillance footage about a week later instead of on that third day. It seems like on that third day, when they finally addressed the public, they'd have been like, yo, check your videos. But it's a whole nother week before we see that. And damn if it's not 6 weeks before they're moving bloody mattresses out. And they've got some kind of red liquid there on that day. So I'm not sure what exactly I think about this, but I know there's something going on. What that something is, I don't know. Welcome to Koberger versus Idaho. They waited a little over a week to actually tow the victims' cars
What was that liquid? That red liquid?
out of the yard. And whenever they actually take them to store them, they're stored in the snowy parking lot. People were actually seen having trouble, scraping all the snow off in order to crank the cars whenever the family members go to pick them back up. And compounding this issue, there's this huge 8-hour delay before anyone finds the victims of this crime. Then there's another 5-hour delay from the time that the cops get there to the time that the coroner, the only lady in Moscow who has any experience at all with murders, allegedly, according to their government there, that she would be the only one to have any type of expertise. But she was like, you know what? Nah, y'all go ahead and finish that forensic shit, and then I'm gonna head on out. And so we have delayed reporting, delayed coroner, and then of course, remember that time that the coroner got slammed on TV because she was like, "Oh, an autopsy is not really gonna matter. Hello, they were stabbed." And something else that there seems to be a lot of confusion on, just because this case is international or national, does not mean that it's not going to help Koberger to get it switched out of this prejudicial county. This is a prejudicial county for Koberger. The end, period, point blank. There
Getting an LLC for your business doesn't have to look like this. Just Google LLC Taylor Brands. It's totally easy. You pick a state.
are so many areas for concern. I don't even know where to start. The alumni, everybody being of the graduating class of the University of Idaho. And get this, while everyone's like, oh, he can totally get a fair trial in Moscow, the court clerk is married to Chief Fry, the lead investigator of this crime. So she's filling out paperwork that's completely sealed from any and everyone, sometimes even defense attorneys, even though it's about their client. Sometimes they can't even see the things that the court clerk can see. And she's able to run that all home to Chief Fry. And by the way, she's a lot cuter than I was expecting her to be. And I hope that Chief Fry treats her well. And, hopefully she's not doing anything like that and she's ethically handling her job. But if I were his defense attorney, I would have already asked that she be removed from the court clerk in this case. Then we have Kathy Maybew. What? I already talked about her and got off of the subject. Okay, well, back to the subject. She is a public defender for Latah County. She also works in private defense and she's the coroner. She was like a nurse for 20 years before being elected to the coroner. And the only reason that things like this are allowed to go on in Idaho is because notoriously, Idaho has no ethical oversight boards that prevent them from doing so. And it takes a lot more effort to even have someone above her look at the situation for the obvious conflict. I don't even see how it would be debatable whether the coroner in a county would have a conflict with being a criminal defense attorney. That makes no sense to me. Speaking of conflict, it's everywhere in this case. We have Kathy, the coroner. We have Julie, the court clerk. We have the fact that the police and the lead investigators were kind of stalking out the residents before the crimes even happened. And it's going to come all the way up, baby, all the way up to defense attorneys in this case, which are also conflict attorneys. I probably mentioned this before, but it's one of like my pet peeves to see people say, no, there wasn't a conflict. No, there was certainly indeed a conflict. An attorney is not going to drop one client because there is no conflict. There was absolutely no confusion, a conflict. However, Brian did waive that conflict and the judge allowed him to. You know, what a lot of people were bitching about was that, Koberger's not supposed to know all of the technical, like criminal procedure and law concerning his case, and judges could override him. And in this case, I mean, I kind of have to agree. I think that they, I don't think that he should have been allowed to waive this particular thing. But the coalition behind defense counsel for death penalty trials in Idaho, it's a cooked egg. There is another conflict here, and that is with prosecuting attorney serving on the board that is the administrative hand that delves into and delves out the defense attorney's money for death penalty cases. So not only is he on the board that helps decide which pool of attorneys can actually join that group, but he's on the administrative board that's actually going to pay the funds to his suspects' attorneys. He's going to be the one helping to oversee Ann Taylor's pay through the defense fund in the state, which is actually like a private fund help to alleviate the county's burden when it comes to funding such a thing. Conflict, conflict, conflict. I'd be really surprised if it didn't get switched out of the county. Although I was really surprised about when Ann did it because she just told us she really wasn't ready for this yet. And in fact, Bill Thompson keeps talking about how they should only have the trial during the summer, and everything he was really talking about naturally kind of went back accidentally to venue change. And when the judge mentions that, because it sounds like what he's talking about is venue, but he was actually discussing the scheduling hearing, not a venue hearing, even though that's what it sounded like, because it's what it should have been. Did that make sense? Okay. So Anne stated that she still had a lot of work she was ready to do for that. And I mean, I've been surprised that they hadn't already gotten to this Vardar and this phase where they were already sending prospective jurors questionnaires so that they could kind of get the idea. But obviously, she knew they were going to venue change before that even happened. But it's like a gamble as to when you do it. And I mean, I think something happened here that made Anne go ahead and pull the trigger because that was not a particularly well planned and orchestrated.
I've been thinking about this for like the last day or so. I get somewhat good numbers on my lives sometimes. Other times, like tonight, I only get like 3 or 4 viewers. I'm wondering if I should just switch cases. Like all the work I put into the Idaho 4 case. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it comes to fruition. I had an awesome panel last night with Jeff H. Thank you, Jeff H, for coming on my panel. It just feels like sometimes I should hang my boots up on the Idaho 4 case and move on to the next case. Because last week I had a heart attack from the stress of the Idaho 4 case. I don't know. Maybe I should just move on to the Delphi case. I don't know. I don't know what to do, guys. You guys need to let me know. I love my subscribers. I love my members. I love the true crime community. But sometimes it feels like my subscribers don't love me back. I mean, I worked hard to get my 3,000 subscribers. I mean, they watch me when they can, but I don't know. Like right now, there's only like one person watching me. I feel like sometimes that I fight and I fight and I fight, but get nothing back in return. I just don't know anymore. I don't know if I should stay on this case or just go to the next case. I don't know. I mean, I get a lot of views when I'm not doing my lives, and it seems like when I'm doing my lives, nobody wants to watch me. I just don't know anymore, guys. I don't know if I should stay on this case or just go to the next case. Because I do what I do for you guys. I really do. Yeah. I just wish more people would watch my lives. Because at my heart and soul, I'm a really good person, and I work hard, for the stuff I do. I mean, hell, I've damn near sent myself into an early grave a week ago. I don't know anymore, guys. I guess I'm having doubts. Doubts if the hard work I'm doing is really paying off in the end. I mean, like yesterday, my live went 5 hours. I mean, I didn't expect it to go that long. I was only expecting maybe an hour and a half live. And then I invited Pia onto my panel, and my computer was messing up. And by the time I got my mute button unstuck, she'd already left the panel. But I talked to her last night and today, and I mean everything's cool. And then Jeff H came onto my panel last night, and him and I had a good discussion, a 5 hour discussion, but a good discussion. I just don't know anymore. I just wish sometimes that more people watch my lives. because I always have good content. Like today, I discovered that the 2017 Ford Fusion looked like the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and I even went on Google, to match it up, and I just showed some of you guys, the side by sides, and they look damn near identical. They really do. The 2017 Ford Fusion looks like the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and it just makes me wonder if the car that was taken, by the gas station attendant, if she actually looked if she actually looked at the car closely, because if you look at both cars side by side, they're identical. They really are. But it just seems like, people will watch my life for like 5 minutes and then just like click away, like I have nothing important to say when I do. Just like, and just like when I show the videos, I'm trying to get a point across, and people just don't want to stick around to watch. I don't know if it's because of me or what. I mean, I have feelings too, guys. I have feelings too, and sometimes it hurts my feelings, but I don't show it because I'm a guy. You're not supposed to show your feelings. But I bust my ass for this community, and I know Tommy Jude supports me. He's told me so. I know PS supports me. She's told me so, and I'm very appreciative to have to have those people's support. And I know some of my subscribers do support me because they tell me in the comment sections that, that they support me. But it just feels like, they none of them watch. None of them will sit through a live with me just to see how much hard work I actually put into it. Yeah, that's a green screen behind me. That's not what my house looks like. I don't. I got to do a lot of thinking about this case going forward. I don't know. I may switch to Delphi. I don't know. The only thing I know is that, I'll support, Swamp Rose. I'll support, uh, Nia Peru. I'll support, uh, Once Upon a Crime Time. I'll support Strange Suspicion. But it just feels like some of my subscribers, like my stuff after I do my lives. I'd like for maybe some of my subscribers to stick around and watch me during my lives. But yeah, I mean, since the heart attack, and I've been filled with emotions. Really have. I ran myself into the ground for this case, and the case almost killed me. It did. It almost killed me. So I don't know anymore. Give me a minute, guys. I'm still here. I just needed a minute. I didn't want to cry on camera. Yeah, I didn't want to cry on camera, guys. I put my heart and my soul into this case. I damn near killed myself for this case. I'm just wondering if maybe I need to switch cases now. I know I'll get some comments later after my live goes off the air. No, don't switch cases. We love your content. I wish people would just watch me during my lives, is all. And I had fun last night with Jeff H on my panel. I really did. Guys, what do you want me to do? Someone please hit up my chat or something, or leave me a comment. Hi, Chloe. Just sad right now, Chloe. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Julianne. I just wish more people would watch my lives. Um, I found a comparison today, Jenny and Julie, between a 2017 Ford Fusion and a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. You sit them next to each other, they're identical. I will for you, Julie. I will for you. This case almost killed me last week. I ran myself into the ground for this case and it almost killed me. Anatomy, I had a heart attack last week. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. Thank you, Anatomy. Hmm. But yeah, Julie and Jenny, I found a comparison between the 2015 Hyundai Elantra and the 2017 Ford Fusion. If you put them side to side, they look almost identical. So I'm wondering if that still that lady took of that white car speeding by the gas station is actually a Hyundai Elantra. I don't know, Jenny, who drives a Ford Fusion. I just know that they got the Ford Fusion has the same body style as a Hyundai Elantra. Yeah, I know. The tires look odd to me too. Yeah, it is hard to tell. I mean, Jenny, the car screenshot looks like it's photoshopped. It really does. It looks like it's photoshopped. Because the fingers almost look transparent. I don't know if that's the glow from the computer screen where she took the picture at, but it looks their fingers look transparent. Yeah, I know. It does cause confusion. Maybe that is the goal. I know I had an awesome live last night. I know it went 5 hours. And it went I was only wanting to do about an hour and a half live last night. Jeff H, he was really good on panel last night. I think Jeff H did a good job on panel, and he came into my live earlier and thanked me for letting him on panel last night. Yeah, I know there's a lot of cars going by on Banfield. Jeff H, you want to come on panel again? I promise it won't be no 5 hours this time.
After dinner,
This is my daughter, guys.
Friday ranch. After dinner, Friday ranch.
I love you.
You're lunchable yet. Don't finish it yet.
Well, you need to go to bed, little girl.
Hey, I don't have to go tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, but you need to go to bed.
Yeah. You want my light car out?
Hmm?
My Chucky's favorite on the couch.
Yeah. That's my daughter. She'll be 9 next month. Yeah, she's my little princess. Well, Jeff H might be coming on panel again. He says, got on phone. Give me a sec. And she give me her fries. I'll eat them later. Let's see, what time is it here? It's 10:11 p.m. here. You're on the East Coast, aren't you, Jenny? What, 11:11 there or 10:11 there, Julianne? So how bad is Chicago exactly? I heard that there's like a migrant crisis there. Yeah, I heard your mayor sucks. Brandon Johnson. Oh, I bet. I've seen it on the news, Julie. I've seen it on the news. Well, if Greg Abbott wouldn't stop sending all the migrants on buses. Oh wow, I don't see. I don't think I saw that one, Jenny.
You're watching gay porn. Why are you looking at the gay porn? That is
Who the fuck is that dude? Who the fuck was that dude?
What is that? What's that in the middle? What's another sequel? Sequel. You take it out of the
I didn't even know who the hell that was.
Going to avocado. Mommy, no, the avocado, please.
Jenny, who the fuck was that? I do not know how he joined. I don't know. Yeah, Julie, crazy. We have some weird ass people. No, that wasn't Jeff H. I don't know when Jeff H pops on. Yes, I know, Jeff. That was disgusting and childish. Let me know when you get off the phone, Jeff, and I'll send you the link. How are you doing, Tony One Leg? Well, I don't have to worry about that guy anymore. I freaking banned him from my fucking studio. I almost thought about covering not only this case but the Delphi case too. I've noticed StreamYard is the only one where you can actually ban them from your studio and ban them from your channel. You can't do that on regular Facebook Live. I mean, you can hide your channel from them, but they can still comment on your stuff. With StreamYard, you can actually ban them from your studio and your channel. Oh, did I tell you? Ann Taylor has put in her motion to change venues. She wants to move it out of Latah County because she feels that the jury pool there is corrupted. But I think if she moves, yeah, wherever she moves it to, the jury pool is going to be corrupted. Okay, Jeff, just let me know. I did some check, and then I was wrong on the name of the county. I thought it was Lewis County, Idaho, but it's actually Lewiston County, Idaho, and it's a small town, like population 500. And according to the prosecutor, that's the only county there in Idaho that has not heard of the Brian Koberger case, because somebody from Kootenai County went down there and was asking someone in the courthouse there in Lewiston if they've ever heard of the Idaho 4 case, and they said, "What? Who?" And when he mentioned the name Brian Koberger, uh, the worker said, "Never heard of him." What, Lewiston? But Bill Thompson says this is a Latah County case. Needs to be tried here in Latah County. But I mean, I agree with Ann Taylor. You know, the jury pool there in Latah is is corrupted, and Ann Taylor is saying it's corrupted because of the media. You know, the media influence in the case. From which police department? MPD? I didn't know that, Jenny. What? I think I heard of that one. Wasn't he like a peeping tom or something? Oh wow.
Mommy,
Yeah, I think I heard about that arrest of the dude. Yeah, I didn't know there was multiple 911 calls. Thank you, Kia. Hey, see if Tommy wants to come on panel with me tonight. Kia. Yeah, Jenny, that was really nice of her. Yep, that was really nice of her. I got something you might want to see. Something new, Jenny, from Neek's Peaks.
Get right. Don't get mad. Get right. Don't get mad. Yeah, she was just home. She just left on Friday. She left on Friday morning to go to a Pi-Fi party, and she just bought a brand new ring. She contemplated all day long back and forth whether she should go home, and because she just really wanted to show it to Maddie, and some other friends and whatnot. And she's just like, "Mom, I'm going to go. I'm going to go to the Pi-Fi party."
We're going to jump off today by talking about the ambiguous and partial DNA profile of Brian Koberger. Recently, someone on Reddit attempted to discredit Becca Barlow. I'd go as far as to say kind of make fun of her and claim that she's not an expert on DNA at all.
Sanctuary, a town where for hundreds of years, witches like myself live in the open.
All right, there's a couple of things wrong with this person's argument, including the fact that they are wrong about their interpretation overall. And look at that title, robust and full. Even if it weren't incomplete and partial, as we know from the paperwork, adding robust and full is sort of like adding facts you don't have. So after undermining Barlow, they make the argument that this is actually about the Hernandez case. Now, there are a few problems wrong with interpreting it as the Hernandez case. In legal writing, a conclusion that ends with a clear citation indicates that the writer is moving on. It's like clarity at the end of a case analysis. Like, okay, I'm done with this. Here's where you can reference it. Although this Redditor keeps alleging that it's in the same paragraph as the Hernandez information. For one, it's not even on the same page. Two, I think this person is possibly confusing paragraphs with the subsections in the writing because it's clearly another paragraph, which you can see with the 5-character indentation. She's drawing on the Hernandez case to bring up the fact that IgG information is and should always be considered Brady information, meaning that the prosecuting attorney should have to share it with defense attorneys. Now, she ends that again with a clear citation noting she's done discussing the Hernandez case. And each time that she shifts back into talking about Koberger, she uses and in this case in the present tense. She actually does this 10 times during the document, and each and every time she uses and in this case, she's referring to the Koberger case. Ironically, this Reddit user notes that lots of lies get perpetuated, and they are with this very post because there was like 100 comments, and really no one called her out on it or him out on it, and everyone seemed to think it was great work. You can kind of see that the person's a little bit over invested in it as far as I'm concerned because of the way they get so upset at someone telling them they're wrong, and they actually start hurling insults and saying this person isn't a very good paragraph discerner, although the person's correct. This Redditor is wrong, dead ass wrong, considering that they add a bunch of robust and completeness to facts that we don't have. But I do think a lot of it is through like normal misinterpretation. Not everyone understands legal writing. But if you were confused, please note the 10 times that she shifts to the present tense, and in this case, she means Koberger. And in fact, during the paragraphs that she uses in this case, I think there's only 2 of them out of 10 times that she doesn't actually use Brian Koberger's name in that paragraph to yet again give us a little bit of decisiveness about our interpretation. This is indeed about Koberger, and each and every time in this case is about Koberger. Quote, in this case, unquote. End quote. I always say unquote instead of end quote. Doesn't matter. I don't know, and I don't have time to care. Closing up with yet again reference citations legally help to rid ourselves of any obfuscation that may come from the fact that oftentimes legal writings are citing other cases to lead into why they are relevant in the case being litigated at that moment. This is indeed an ambiguous and partial DNA profile we're talking about. Now, whenever we get into the word ambiguous, whenever it pertains to DNA, that typically refers to a sample that originates from a mixture. So this person cites the Hernandez case in order to continue this misinterpretation, stating that it must be belonging to Hernandez because there is no mixed profile in Brian Koberger's case, or there is no partial profile because they so obviously biasly want it to be robust and complete with no facts to actually back that up. Now, here's the thing. When we're talking about a single source profile, I think that it's not really this user's fault either here because that does get a bit confusing. And here's why. All right. Well, touch DNA typically does wind up with mixtures. If you're interpreting touch DNA, is usually originated from a mixture. This presents a unique challenge to forensic scientists, and mixed samples are often limited. But the DNA collected from touch DNA is minimal and degraded already. So, further contamination by another DNA source bangs head against wall. As a result, the analysis might only yield partial profiles.
70 years ago, WTI opened its doors and welcomed in our very first students. We've come a long way,
which are more difficult to match conclusively to an individual. This ambiguity in touch DNA interpretation demands caution and recognizing the limitations in that particular approach, particularly in high stakes legal contexts such as the death penalty. But the situation highlights the advanced forensic techniques that are used here. And here's the thing where it comes to that interpretation. In a case where a comparison in the case of a mixed sample, you would have scientists trying to interpret that sample, and the analysis techniques used allow for the possibility that scientists are able to identify each profile in the mixture. This can result in the terminology shifting from that sample, referring to it as a mixed sample, because now it's been interpreted and separated in a sense, and it has now become your single source male profile. I mean, there's no other way to refer to it once scientists have successfully isolated and identified DNA from one individual within the mixed sample. It's permanently referred to as their single source profile. Even if the identification process involved complex analysis like principal component analysis and the identity of the DNA belonging to a male individual from a mixture. There is no other way to refer to it. So, either way, even if you pull a profile from a mixed sample, it's still going to be considered a single source male profile. In reports and discussions, that's just the terminology and the way that it works. So, the fact that this person has used single source profile, so the fact that this person has used that is technically not really their fault. I could see why you would think that the single source doesn't pertain to any mixture, and it wouldn't if you couldn't separate the mixture or interpret the individuals from the mixture. There's some recent development in DNA evolution that actually allows this process to be a bit easier for scientists, called the direct single cell subsampling, but that's probably too nerdy for anyone to care about. Moral of the story: you isolate the DNA from individual cells and you overcome the limitations of traditional methods and the precision of this analysis, allowing you to identify separate profiles, single sources within a mixed sample. This, of course, can enhance the accuracy of any matches that you get afterward. But of course, it does confuse the fact that, of course, your interpretation would be different possibly from the scientist sitting next to you. And speaking of scientists, this person totally tries to put Becca Barlow down as not a DNA expert. She's a DNA attorney, which is a dual expertise, and it can really help in the interpretation and the translation of like why all this scientific stuff matters in the legal realm. Like you hear even the judge asking things like, okay, so let's say that FBI did go around the rules and they didn't follow the law and they broke the law while they were completing the IGG investigation. What does that mean? Well, obviously, someone who has this dual expertise could easily explain that to him. And I don't mean to like be mean to this person at all, though I'm sure they hate me. But like it did make me kind of like, wow, they really need to debunk that because it's huge. And I mean, luckily, Becca Barlow's filing was written well enough that we have 10, I repeat, 10 instances of why we are making this interpretation at least somewhat more close to compared to someone who is saying that it was about Hernandez, because it's clearly not. And of course, I found during this person's thread while I was reading that they don't even believe it's touch, and in fact, refer to the touch DNA as if, and even if it were touch, but it absolutely is touch. Prosecuting attorney has not come back and objected one time to the reference of it being touch DNA. And we do have that in the paperwork and in the case canon facts of this case. It's touch DNA. And Barlow has 200 cases that she has worked involved in investigative genetic genealogy work in the criminal, procedural, and litigation game. I mean, she is no noob, and she's certainly still a DNA expert. I hate it when people limit people's field of work like that. Let's take, medical child abuse, which I'm working on in another series right now on my channel. There are multiple ways to come at Munchausen by proxy or medical child abuse, and there are lots of different experts that are involved, including research experts, medical experts, legal experts, psychological, et cetera, et cetera. That was my
One thing you need to do before you buy anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch
That was my really long way of saying, you guys, it's fucking partial and fucking ambiguous. It most likely came from mixed DNA that they found on the sheath, which, by the way, I noticed a lot of people saying, well, why didn't they find it on the sheath? And possibly they did. But the sheath itself and any DNA found on it would certainly be a mixture. I mean, it's almost impossible to have originally had a single source DNA profile on the sheath at all because it's made up of bovine DNA. So that's where we have the fact that they claim they found this on a button. But again, as we just discussed, it possibly didn't negate the fact that it was a mixture to be interpreted in the first place. And this would completely explain why ISP couldn't pull a single source profile out of it, and they sent it to the FBI and Othram Labs to do their own profiling and own analysis in order to get that difficult source profile to work with in the first place. Do you guys realize how fucking rare this crime is? I mean, statistically, it's like seriously rare. It's a stranger murder, allegedly. It's a one perp versus four victims. So it's a multiple murder by one perpetrator in the home of the victims by a stranger. So stranger killings may not be terribly, terribly rare, but they mostly happen away from the home. Homicides related to burglary or other instances where the perpetrator actually breaks into the home are really, really rare. Not to mention that most stranger crimes are committed against males. So again, we have a times three rarity when it comes to the three female victims because most people killed by strangers are killed away from the home, and most of them will be males. Most women are killed by acquaintances or someone in their family or someone they've had a relationship in the past or present with. I remember Bill Thompson highlighting originally in this case that he was aware, obviously, what the defense was going for was the allegation that the state reverse engineered its case and through either contamination, bad interpretation, or possibly even planting the DNA at the crime scene and on the knife sheath, as defense said, just waiting for investigators to find. And considering the S&P profile has probably traveled more than Koberger's traveled in his life, it's pretty nuts that they're not wanting to show what they did with this profile and that there's actually an FBI copy, an Othram Lab copy, and the fact that it wasn't directly compared to Koberger. And as has been noted many times in the case, you can't compare IgG with the same profile that you're going to put into CODIS because it doesn't work that way. And also, what was noticed by Barlow was that prosecution's fallacy was used here where they put a percentage on the match between allegedly Brian's dad and the S&P profile that the investigators were working with. They claimed that there was a certain percentage of a match when really what they're doing here is being unable to exclude you from this group of people, and especially without showing us the group that they're working with. Like, are they using 23andMe? Are they using Ancestry? What database are they using, and how large is it? That would be a considerable thing to leave out when you're trying to match a DNA profile, and especially when you're trying to hook it with a percentage. Like, you guys, it's octillionth, blah 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 blah.
Hey,
Like,
Jeff.
practically no effing way that it's not him type shit. It's impossible to do here without telling us the size of your database. At the time, apparently defense attorneys didn't even know which databases the investigators had actually used in order to come to this conclusion. And it was probably a number thrown out there prejudicially to Koberger. Been over a year since the crimes have occurred, and we've just simply needed to be reminded of some of the things from the beginning of this case. And there's a lot of narrative around the crime that it's like normal. Well, not normal, but that it's like the most unconfusing, simplest, unambiguous.
So what do you think about that, Jeff?
I got to be honest. I got off the phone. I've had the computer muted, so I'm so not caught up to where you are or what you're discussing or anything. I'm coming in cold.
You're coming in cold.
Coming in cold. Yeah, I'm like a little kid lost in a department store. I don't know where I'm at. Hey, there's the Xboxes. I'm all right. I'll be fine. Well, what are you discussing this evening?
Well, I went. I had this hunch today that they're always saying that suspect vehicle 1 is a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, right? Well, I googled a 2017 Ford Fusion, and when you set the 2017 Ford Fusion next to a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, they're identical.
Yeah, let me pull one up and see. 2017 Ford Fusion?
Yes.
Yeah, that is a pretty similar. The thing I look for is that the point at the rear window, it's rear side window.
Yeah.
Let me pull up a 2015 Elantra. Yeah, there's definitely similarities. I will say though that it looks like on the Elantra, the smoothness of that curve on the bottom seems smoother, whereas with the Ford Fusion, it seems like it's straight as an arrow, and then it kind of curves upward at the back.
Yeah.
That would be the different thing. Also, too, it's like with the Elantra, like the tail lights, the red tail lights are kind of almost not directly above the back wheel, but they're kind of close to being directly above the back wheel. Where the Fusion tail lights, you got wheel, then you got, what do you call it, quarter panel, or the body of the car, and then the tail light. The thing is, I heard them talking on another show tonight. They were talking about the Linda Lane footage, which was interesting because I was surprised to see it.
Yeah.
That they were talking about it, and I was surprised to see they were using my footage from my YouTube channel too. But the thing is I really think once we got the light bulb camera at the King and Queen, that when you have that, and then you have the Linda Lane footage, like if you're questioning what kind of car is that, it's like, well, pretty sure it's the car you just saw on on the light bulb camera first.
Yeah.
Now it's a chance, maybe it went and then within a minute, or less than a minute, it switched to another car, and that's what you saw in Linda Lane. But I have a feeling that light bulb camera is just going to answer all those questions for us, and they've already answered the questions for law enforcement, I'm sure. And I think from the discussion they were having tonight, I think somebody said they believe Steve Gonsalves probably has that light bulb camera footage, so he kind of knows.
Yeah.
Because I think he
But
made a comment too about the car parking and what are you doing parking there, and it's almost like he's got extra information about the car that enters that dead end area.
yeah. See, what's weird is the only leak thing the only leak thing that we got from the camera was that still of that truck sitting there at the dead end of King Road. That's the only that's the only leak footage that that Steve has released is the still of the truck sitting there they're off of the dead end by King Road.
You talking about with the railing with the little pumpkins on it and that one, the intersection of King and Queen?
Where King Road is, and you have the dead end right there. Where 1112 King Road is, where the light bulb camera was.
Right.
The camera caught a picture of a long white truck with a crew cab, sitting there, less than 100 feet from the where the crimes took place, and that was I believe at like 1:56 or 2 something in the morning, and that was the only still that Steve released from that camera. So I don't know if he turned the camera.
Well, it's got to be,
but
it's got to be the one I'm thinking of, because I only know of. I mean, the fact you said 156. Actually, I probably can find it here. I'm kind of a stickler for when I don't like to change the names of files that I download, and because then I end up bringing them into Adobe Premiere, editing with them, and if I go back and change the name, then it confuses Adobe Premiere because it's looking for the file with the original name. So, but I've tried to start naming these files so that, because I find myself trying to I do a search for my hard drive and I want to find them fast. Like, in theory, if I did this correct, just typing 156 should take me straight to and I don't know why it's not. What is? Oh, okay, wait, it's still compiling. Here it is. Oh, I saw it. Oh, you know what? Let me sift by just images. I don't need to see everything that's got 156 in the name. There we go. 156, 1112. Here, let me bring it up in all right, so it's in. Actually, I think I cropped one, so I don't have the. Let me see. Yeah, I see what you mean about the truck.
Now here's the thing: is that the same truck that was pulling that was passing the girls and Jack S when they were walking down the street? Because it looks almost like the same truck that was passing them and that was pulling in.
Let me see if I can make it so we can see the two of them. Here, wait, I can just grab a still picture from the "What Did You Say to Adam" video.
Yeah. Now, I got to thinking about that today. What if Adam wasn't a person? Because there are police units called Adam.
Right, right. One Adam 12. I used to watch that show when I was a kid.
Like Adam 12, Adam 13. You know,
Yeah.
because if there was like a drug activity going on in that area at that time, Maddie could have talked to the cops, and she could have called the she could have used the code name Adam, as as the police.
Thing is, though, I just today heard there was an old interview from Steve Gonsalves, and he was mentioning Adam, and that I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but I got the sense he was saying, that Adam's been checked out. Adam is cleared. So I think Adam truly is and from what I've heard, Adam is the guy like in the corner club photo that's sitting in
Adam
the far
Lauda,
right
I think
corner.
his name is.
Yeah. So I think he's legit. Now, let me see. How can I open these 2 shots here in preview? Okay, yeah, this should do the trick. All right, let me see if I can go to share. Share screen. Come on, where are you? It'd be easier if I if I had a kind of a neater desktop, I would just share the entire screen. But I'm embarrassed to show the whole desktop. I don't understand why it's not showing up in the list of choices.
But going back to that picture of the gas station attendant, taking the picture of the computer screen. Could that car in the picture, could that have been a Fusion?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Another thing I happened to kind of catch even today. Today they were talking about a lot of the car stuff today, but somebody was putting a Prius up against it, and that looked, to my eye, looked pretty darn close and similar. All right, I should be able to find. Here we go. All right, so I think you can share this screen. It'll show the 2. You can see that's the sidewalk. And there's the truck. The thing, though, I'm seeing. Let me see if I think I can zoom in. See, like the truck has got a pretty thick separator between the front side window and the back
side.
Well, this could too. It's really kind of hard to tell. Yeah. It could be. That's really difficult to tell if it's. I don't see anything where I can definitively say yes or no. Leaning more towards yes, it could be the same, but when I did a search for, when early on when the Beyond the Lookout the Bolo was out, we were constantly looking at, you were just driving down Google Earth, looking for, and there were so many trucks, white trucks like that, and it's almost like it's such a loud diesel truck.
Yeah.
And such a small town, it's like it'd be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, everybody in town knows who that is. That's Fred,
Yeah.
I'd know sound Fred's truck anywhere. It's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to, wouldn't it be great if you could just talk to one of the lead investigators and he say, look, I'm going to tell you everything, but you can't say a word. This is how we know what we know, how we believe what we know. Wouldn't that just blow your mind to be like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Oh, now that makes sense now, and but I mean, in the beginning, I was pretty amazed.
Yeah.
It's like you're all of us are over here thinking it's got to be the ex-boyfriend. It's got to be one of the Jacks.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, we found him. He's in Pennsylvania. It's like, what? It's like, okay.
Oh yeah.
And for the for the game that
I was gonna say real quick, I got a hold of a couple of court documents from the Idaho website today, and they were filed on the 1st of this month. Yeah, and they were not there. Yeah, they were not there a couple of days ago, but they were there today. And one of the court documents is a motion to change venue.
Right.
And Ann Taylor filed that motion on the 1st of this month. She said she wants to move the trial out of Latah because, according to her, the corruption of the jury pool.
Yeah. I think I caught the hearing. That was the day they had two hearings, right? They had one for the public and one for. That was like the first time judges used his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Which, man, did I not? I made a huge mistake in thinking that he was going to leave the video on the channel for us to grab. And I'd done it.
I streamed it straight from his channel.
Oh, okay.
And then once the court was over with, he automatically deletes it off of his channel.
Yeah, it was instantly gone. Yeah, I had been using an app to capture it as it was streaming, but this app doesn't. This app is definitely more suited for videos that are complete. It downloads them. It kind of struggles with streaming, but I had done a test and it's like, oh, okay, it seems to be working. It's downloading as it's streaming, and but I thought it'll be more stable if I download it after it's over and he's posted it. It's like, nope, that's not what he's gonna do.
It's gone.
Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully, it'd be nice to think that maybe that's still just the way it's gonna go. It's not a YouTube channel for storing the videos. It's just this is where you watch them, and
it's gone.
They're gone. They have a 0-day shelf life.
Yeah. Now, Ann Taylor on the day of the hearing said that she had a motion to change venue, but she hadn't filed it yet. She filed it on the 1st of February. And she's asking the judge to set a hearing up for the change of venue motion. She wants the hearing done by the end of April.
What's interesting to me, the first thing that came to my mind is that if they're going to do it in a new venue, then maybe they're no longer restricted to, well, this has to happen in the summer because of the parking situation and the school across the street. If that's gone, then maybe they don't need to be talking about 2025. Maybe this could be.
Well, she still wants it in 2020. She still wants it in 2025. She was saying that it could maybe be the spring of 2025, like March of 2025. But she said if that doesn't work, then it would definitely be summer of 2025. She said she's going to shoot for March of next year.
I see. Shooting for March, but leaning would prefer summer.
Yeah. And then she filed another motion to gain access to the IGG. And she filed it on Mr. Koberger's behalf. Yeah, he wants the defense team investigators, three different DNA specialists. He wants them
Right.
granted access to the IGG, and he just doesn't want the DNA experts to have access to it. He wants everybody on his defense team to have access to it.
Right. Right.
And she said the reason why she's doing that is she wants to see exactly why the prosecutors think that he's the person that did it. Basically, she's telling the judge she wants to see the proof on exactly why they think that Brian Koberger did the murders.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure they want their to be able to have their experts basically say, yeah, we disagree with the conclusions that you've come to regarding this DNA. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I'm no expert on DNA, but man, if I was innocent of this and my DNA is found on the knife sheath in there, there's part of me that's like, gee, my DNA is in there. It's like, well, what did I do? Did I black out somewhere and end up there, or what's the explanation for how it's on there? And it's just it's just like, wow, it's like the DNA found on a knife sheath just happens to be a guy that is in the study of things like DNA and forensics and criminology, and I think that's just one of the aspects that makes this case so compelling. It's just, it's like it's not a crime with a gun. It's a quadruple, homicide. It's the guy that possibly did it is just right across the state line. The phone's turned off during the murders. Vehicle that sure looks like his is seen 5 times within a 30-minute time period, and speeding off out of that area minutes after Xana's last sign of life. It's just like this kind of thing. It really, I've said it before, but like the C in it, his middle name C, does that stand for coincidence, or does it really stand for Christopher? Because it seems like it's
well, his initials are BCK, and
right.
See, from the state I live in, back during the 70s, we had a very notorious. Back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we had a very notorious serial killer in the town that I live in, and his name is BTK. Dennis Rader.
Right.
I live in Wichita, and Dennis Rader lived about 15 minutes away in Park City, and he from 1976 until 1974 until 1991, he killed 10 people. And the professor that Brian was studying under, Professor Ramsland.
Right. Catherine Ramsland.
Yeah. She actually wrote a book about BTK, and she would correspond with him in prison, because he's in prison here in Wichita at El Dorado prison out in El Dorado, Kansas, which is about 30 minutes away.
Right.
It'd
be interesting to hear what her thoughts on Brian are. If you are one to, she obviously considers herself an expert in serial killers. She's had many, many conversations and has a book about Dennis. It seems like her opinion on Brian would be, very interesting.
She's actually come out and said that he came off like Ted Bundy, is the way she put it.
Yeah.
Because he studied under her, he actually got to meet and correspond with BTK. And BTK, he's now in his 70s. He's almost in his 80s, and and apparently he's getting onset of dementia. So and he got like 10 life sentences, 10 life sentences plus a hard 50. And
almost feels like this could be a Silence of the Lamb type of thing where Dennis Rader would have opinions on, Kohberger, kind of like in the movie
yeah,
with the.
there was actually some unsolved murders in Missouri and in Oklahoma that have now been tied to Dennis Rader.
Oh wow!
And the
So
the house where him and his wife and his son and his daughter lived is now torn down. They tore that down back in, I think, 2008. Yeah, because the people that live on that block, filed a petition with the city of Park City and said, we want this house down. We don't want it on our block. And apparently, here over the last couple of weeks, there have been investigators from Missouri and from Oklahoma that has come to the plot of land where the house once stood, and they have unearthed quite a few more evidence against him for the murders in Missouri and in Oklahoma. And the murders in Missouri and Oklahoma took place in 1976 and 1985.
Yeah, that's of all the things he could have done with his time. I mean, it's like where was the friend that said, "Hey, have you ever tried like golf?" Or they got a billiard room down the street. What if that just a friend offering that and he'd become kind of passionate about billiards or something, or dart
Yeah,
throwing?
he was weird. I mean, he was passionate about stamp collecting, and he was also the scout leader for his son's Boy Scout troop. And a couple of the murders that took place was when he was with his son on the Boy Scout campouts. He would sneak out of the tent. Get changed out of his clothes, and then go commit a couple of murders, and then sneak back to the Boy Scout camp before sunlight, and then sneak back in the tent and go back to sleep next to his son.
Wow! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I mean,
That
and after
that kind of
1991,
secrecy is.
yeah,
I can't imagine living with that kind of secrecy in your life.
yeah.
And
See,
then,
well, here's the thing: after 1991, Dennis Rader went dormant until 2004. 2004, and what caused him to come out of what caused him to come out was there's a professor here in the city that I live in, Wichita, that was going to run, because he asked his students, if they've ever heard of BTK or Dennis Rader. And mind you, these are young students. They're like Gen millennials or Gen Z. They were millennials. They've never heard of BTK. They've never heard of Dennis Rader. And when Dennis Rader found out that this guy was going to write a book about BTK, Dennis Rader got so highly pissed off. He started going back into his BTK mode and started sending like cryptic notes to the TV stations here. And then and then he left mementos of his victims from the 1970s in different spots around Wichita, and he put like a cereal box with a Barbie in it that was like bound and tied and with a noose around his neck, and then he put the ID of one of his very first victims, Nancy Fox, in the cereal
Oh.
box and then put it in the back of a truck in the Home Depot parking lot. And then the police just happened to catch on. See, apparently Dennis Rader didn't know that stores nowadays have security cameras.
Mhm.
The security camera for Home Depot caught his vehicle leaving the parking lot that night. That night, the night he dropped the box into the back of this one truck. The security camera caught his vehicle leaving, and then as he was leaving, the camera caught his license plate number.
Yeah, it's like that one mistake that they make that like the what's his name, Timothy McVeigh, that
Yeah.
bombed the Oklahoma building. Didn't he have like a license plate was or a tail light was out or something? It's like
Yeah, I
kind of
think
reminds
so.
me of I know I quote Pulp Fiction way too much. It's probably like the third time I've mentioned Pulp Fiction in 2 days. But like remember the wolf in Pulp Fiction when
Yeah.
they've got the car, he's like is the car okay? He's like, don't get me out on the road, find out like a tail light's out, I think he even said something like that. It's like, so they
Yeah.
consider like they know that that's where criminals have gone wrong in the past. There's one mistake that they make that it's like, there you go. That's the one thing.
Yeah, see, and he was corresponding with the police, through letter, and then also through want ads in the newspaper. That's how he was corresponding with the police, and he sent a correspondence in a want ad to the police. If I send you a floppy disk, will you be able to track it? And of course, well, the police lied and said, because they didn't want him to know that they were able to track a floppy disk.
Right.
So they said, no, we can't. Well, as soon as he sent it, their floppy disk experts started going into the code and stuff, and that the floppy disk was his undoing.
Had revealed like his location and things
It
like that.
revealed his location and who he was, and because the floppy disk came back to Church of Christ in Park City, and the president of the church was Dennis Rader.
Wow.
Yeah,
Though when you talked about him being on the camping trip, like makes me question, like in this case, it's like, okay, so he's on a camping trip and then he's got this urge and an opportunity when everybody's asleep to go do something awful and then come back and act normal. Like if your thing is like you like to drive around alone at night, and do you get tempted to kind of go off and slip away and do something awful and then get back to driving? And because that it makes me think, because if this truly is the Elantra that's seen 5 times back there within a half an hour, it's like okay, so part of me believes like that it's true that he likes to drive around at night alone, actually that's real, and that I would imagine maybe he was going to incorporate that into his story the whole time anyway. It's the DNA on the knife sheet that he kind of did not expect. That's, I think, like the one mistake, like the tail light being out. So he's still going with the original story that would have been fine. It's like if they got no way to prove he was in the house, there's nothing illegal about driving past the house. Just so happens as a murder happens and you're driving right there, and nothing illegal about that. Just very odd that you would be there. It's almost like driving around 5 times and then an asteroid falls from space right, a couple hundred feet from you. It's like you almost ask, well, how did you know? It's like, did you know?
And with Dennis Rader, I mean, he basically he wore two faces. He wore Dennis Rader, the everyday loving husband, loving father persona, and then he also had the BTK persona. Because here's the thing, which is a mirror to the murders. Dennis Rader's first victims was a family of 4. There was Joseph Otero, his wife his wife Josephine, and they had four kids. Well, two of the four kids was at school, which was Charlie Otero and his sister. The other two, the younger ones, was was Joseph Jr. And then little Josie. Little Josie
Uh-huh.
was hung in the basement, and this just goes to show you how sick and twisted this guy was. That they found semen on the floor, the dirt floor. He never raped any of his victims except for one. Yeah, apparently, uh, seeing someone bound and hanging was a turn on for him. It was like autoerotica for him. And mirror to the to the Idaho 4, there was 4 people killed in one house. In BTK's first crime in 1974, there was 4 people killed in one house.
And even with Ted Bundy in the sorority, it was 4 that were attacked. Two died, right, and 2 survived.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about the number 4 that? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying Brian did it, but it was like Catherine Ramsland said, a burgeoning serial killer always starts out with 4 victims at first, and then it slowly dwindles. Then it slowly dwindles down to like one a week or one a month or one a night. It always goes from 4 victims at once to
maybe
one
maybe it's like 1 is not enough, but 5 is just too exhausting.
Yeah.
So 4 is like just right, like the
Yeah,
Goldilocks.
because if you look at it, look at the Green River Killer. He killed 48 women in I don't know how many years, but yeah, he was deemed the most prolific serial killer active during his time period, because of his body count, and they were finding victims like almost every day. Throughout. Now I don't know how long he was active for.
What kind of victims? What were the stories of the victims? Were they were they prostitutes and
Yes,
of that
they were.
sort, or
There were some that were prostitutes, and then there was some that was that he just like lured in. Like there was like a one woman. She wasn't a prostitute. She was a former prostitute. She was trying to get her life together, and then his name was Gary Ridgway. He convinced her to get in his truck one day, and then that was the last time somebody saw her. And he always frequented the strip there where he lived at. Yeah, because in Gary Ridgway's mind, he thought that the prostitutes that he was killing, nobody would miss them. Even though it came out that they had families that missed them, and they had kids that missed them, but in his own little sick and twisted mind, he thought that nobody would miss them because of who and what they are.
Right. Yeah, probably felt he's doing the world a favor, right? It doesn't matter, they're just. Yeah, that's a sad thing when a person comes to a point where they can devalue another human that much, where it's like doesn't phase them. They don't see anything wrong with it, and
yeah,
because I think any person can become anything. It doesn't matter even where they are currently. You see a homeless guy on the street. It's right set of circumstances and a positive attitude and that guy could be president. Maybe you wouldn't want to be, but I don't know
Yeah.
too many that want to be,
Do you
but
do you
it could
think
be anything.
do you think whoever did this, whether it be Brian or who else, could have been a burgeoning serial killer?
Yeah, I was just thinking that as you were talking of like, here's the thing: if that's the case, say this is somebody that's a burgeoning serial killer, but it's not Koberger. How do they feel sitting wherever they are right now and watching Koberger get all the press, all the, because didn't BTK, you were just saying, didn't he got a little upset with the things and started sending stuff to TV stations, and
Yes.
he kind of wanted to kind of capture as much of the publicity and the notoriety for himself as he could. And
Yeah.
so if that's the case with this, does that mean there's somebody that is like, how do they go through dealing with they're not getting the notoriety somebody else is, which is
Yeah.
scary to think, because I mean, how do they react to a situation like that? But then again, it's been how long? It's over a year and what, 3
It's 14
months?
months.
14
14
months.
months.
So does that mean, because there hasn't been anything like that, does that mean they have the right guy? It's like,
Yeah.
we had no problems over here in this area until, somebody arrived from all the way across the country, and then we had this mess. Now we've got him in custody, and now there's no more messes. It seems to be, I know that's way too simplified, and that's not enough in a courtroom to say, well, it must be him then. But
Yeah.
it's something you can't help but kind of consider and think about.
Yeah. I mean, I do. Yeah, I do think about that. Um, yeah. Yeah. I
Don't you
think
wish there
about
was a way to not reward a person, but like some motivation to make a person who has done an awful thing to just confess and say, look, I did it. I mean, I guess you can't. Their best option, if they did it, is to always just not tell the truth. There's no, nothing.
Yeah.
Like I often say, like, it's too bad we weren't born with like chests. Like, remember the movie E.T., where you could see the
Yeah.
red glowing from his
Yeah.
chest? Like, wouldn't it be nice if we were all designed where if we lie or we've done something awful, our chest would just start glowing red, kind of
Yeah.
like a lie detector built into all of us, But
See, it was funny. I tried to introduce my 8-year-old to ET
uh-huh.
earlier today. She
Yeah.
screamed. She screamed and ran out of the room.
Yeah, my stepdaughter was the same way. She very freaked out by E.T. I think my wife had taken her to Disney World, and they had an ET ride out there, and it was like, nope, she ain't riding that.
Yeah. 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 I tell my daughter, I'm like, baby, come here. It's okay. It's okay. She goes, is that weird looking? Is that weird looking alien thing still on the TV?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm like, no, it's not on the TV. So she came out and looked, and she goes, Daddy, he's freaky looking.
Yeah, it's interesting that's yours isn't the only instance of that. I'm sure there were a lot of kids. I don't know, maybe is a certain age where that's really the reaction you get, and then maybe if they're a little older, then they're like, oh, I can tell it's fake. That's not real. But
Yeah.
I can
My
remember
wife is
when I was a uh-huh.
my wife is still scared to death of gremlins.
Oh, yeah, they were pretty nasty and evil, and yeah, they could be frightening. I remember when I was younger, my mom and dad, I think, were watching The Exorcist, and this was just The Exorcist on broadcast TV, so it was edited. I think I tried to kind of watch it. I can't remember how old I was, but I remember it got to a point. All I saw was the light flickering on the wall up on the stairway. I saw that light flickering. It's like, okay, I'm done. I'm out. I'm going to my room. That's all I needed to see, because I had heard about The Exorcist from like all my friends in
Yeah.
school, and they said, oh, it's going to be on TV this weekend.
Heather Fitzgerald just said, instilling the children with childhood traumas.
Right. But I can still remember being in my room and I could hear the TV, and I was like, Mom, can you at least turn it down, please? This is
James just
before
asked me,
noise canceling headphones.
James just asked me, will that be a problem if the judge denies the IGG? He's asking me if it would be a problem if the judge denies the IGG.
Just like using it as a part of the process.
Yeah, but I don't think the judge is going to deny the IGG. Now there was a motion, like I was saying earlier, there was a motion filed on the first, for Koberger's defense team, not just the DNA experts, but his entire defense team and investigators to look at the IGG because the prosecutor had sealed the IGG. He put a protective order on it.
Right. I thought I heard somebody describe, again, this was, I don't have a really good solid opinion on it and even a complete understanding, but somebody I thought I heard saying that the IGG process didn't infringe on Brian's rights because it pointed to his dad. So that's, it's completely separate from Brian himself. Yeah. So it pointed to his dad, which then I think maybe that's why they just refer to it as a tip. It's like, so it's like a tip. Can it be seen as similar to somebody saying, hey, I don't know who did it, but that guy has a son, maybe, the guy is, maybe something there's connected. You ought to look into it. And so, but I'm sure they'll, but it's kind of interesting that's what you would attack as your defense and trying to not have your client go to to prison or to the death penalty. It's like, I'm just trying to imagine if he's completely innocent. Why do you need to attack just the process? Can't you just? It just seems like, is it just one of those situations? It's just really hard to prove to you that I didn't do it. I wasn't there. That's not me.
Yeah. Heather Fitzgerald just said, exactly. He can stay out of my nightmares. Even now, being over 40, F that movie. Freddie can F off.
Right. Yeah. Freddy Krueger. That one guy, I think maybe it's one of the first guys that goes in the movie, and wasn't he laying in the bed and he just kind of got sucked into it.
Yeah.
Or the other movie for me when I was a kid was Jaws. I watched that at a friend's house. We watched it at his grandmother's house. We watched it. It freaked me out. I couldn't get it out of my mind. And then his grandmother, or maybe his grandfather, drove me home, dropped me off at my grandmother's house. It was just a couple blocks away. And she wasn't getting home for like 4 hours. And it was nighttime. She worked as a waitress at this restaurant. So she'd get home like around 1 a.m. So here I am alone, having just watched Jaws. And I think I was like cruising through the cable channels. Like, come on, give me a cartoon, some cartoon. Where's,
Heather says, my son has a fear. My son has a fear of giant squid, like irrational fear. He's 23 now. But now see, here's what's weird. The DNA that BTK left behind, mind you, it was back in the 70s. There was really no DNA technology at all.
Right.
And back in the 80s, DNA was in its infancy. So all that DNA that he left at the crime scenes from the 70s to the 90s, they weren't able to test until like in 2004 when he was arrested. Yeah, because they didn't know who he was until he messed up and sent that floppy disk in.
Right.
And then when he got arrested, he was interrogated by by the local police and the FBI for 15 hours until he finally cracked. And then of course he got the 10 consecutive life sentences. And at the time, the prosecuting attorney, Nola Folston, said that he just used this as a parade, because apparently when he was arrested and when he was walking into the jail here in downtown Wichita, people was chanting his name, and he was just looking at him and giving him a thumbs up and smiling. And when he walked into the jail, and I mean, complete and total narcissist. Yeah, and that's what Ramsland, Catherine Ramsland, deemed Dennis as. It was a complete and utter narcissistic sociopath.
Yeah, that guy sounds like he's. Well, is there any either from Dennis himself or from any professional, like any conclusions as to what caused him to be this way? Where did he go wrong in his early life to end up, in a situation like that? Maybe he saw Jaws or E.T.
No, he was. No, Dennis
That would have been a
Rader
lot
was born
earlier.
Dennis Rader was born in 1947. He was the middle child of 5, and his like they always say, the serial killers have mommy issues. Or his mom was very abusive to him and his siblings, and so at a young age he would like kill cats and then kill dogs, and then that eventually graduated to he wanted to see exactly how cats and dogs, what they look like inside, basically. So he was cracked from the time he was a kid,
right?
And
he didn't want to look inside to see that he'd want to be a vet someday or know how to fix them. He was just, his desires were a little more dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've had to put a cat to sleep, and they gave him the injection while I was holding him on the table, and just to see the life slip away from him, it's like I can't imagine like desiring to, what am I going to do today? I know what I'll do this afternoon. To find an animal that must die today. I can't imagine it.
Yeah, see, just this how twisted this dude is. He killed one of his neighbors. An older lady. Her name was Maureen Hedge, and she lived down the block from him and his wife and his kids. And he snuck into her house one night and basically bound her and strangled her. Took her to this. Just goes to show you how freaking sick and twisted Dennis Rader is. He took her to the church where he was president at, and then was taking pictures of her in different positions after she was dead. And then, unlike the other victims where he just left them in the home, he took her out to like the boondocks part of Wichita or Park City, and left her under a bridge. But they found the, and he's still going on about the floppy disk, but Catherine Ramsland deemed him a narcissistic sociopath, and she said that he was he was borderline genius. Because I guess apparently in school he was like on honor roll and everything like that. So he was a very smart guy, and he outsmarted the system for 30 fucking years until he got caught. And then he told the person that actually cracked the code on the floppy disk. He goes, well, he said, hey, he said, remind me next time I have some floppy disk, I'll shove them down your throat.
Hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I knew a guy that was pretty brilliant. I think he was adopted. I remember him telling me the story of his parents were wondering like what's going on with him. It was really rough raising him. They took him to some specialist, and the specialist said, "I think he's a genius." And they had some struggles with him. And I know when I go over to visit him, it's like he could tear down an entire engine, put it all back together. He could hear something in your engine, know what's going on. He's very brilliant with mechanical stuff. And then but then you'd be like in the front yard working on the car or something, and then he'd like see a squirrel, and he'd like go get his like BB gun or something. He's like, and put it down. It's like, what?
Yeah.
We were just working on a car. What? I mean, literally, he was like squirrel. It's kind of a joke, but he literally did that, and I was like, that is just. I mean, clearly, my reaction to it was very different than his. His was like, yes, got it, and the hatred for this squirrel for some reason. I don't even think it was like the squirrel's eating his tomato plants or something. It wasn't no real reason, just like the squirrel's in my yard, get out of my yard. And that kind of thing's very, very troubling, very troubling.
Yeah.
But I mean, the mind is an amazing thing. I mean, I always say or I've always thought it's like, this is a hammer. What will you do with it? I mean, there's two, you can go a very evil route with that hammer, or you can build a house for somebody, and it's like, it's really like, it's just a choice within the mind. And hopefully the mind is going to take it, in a good place.
Yeah.
Even, and I can understand people get mad and people, get upset over things. That's the thing where it's like, that's the minds that I really admire. The ones that are like, yeah, I'm mad, and yeah, they wronged me, but I can't, I'm not going to give it back to them. I'm not going to hurt them. That's not. But man, some people just, I mean, look at road rage, just little things and little stupid reasons that people like, the messes they get in and the lives that are lost. It's really a shame. It's like, I think we forget that, the joy of like doing something nice for another person, and you forget too that, like, even forgetting too, like the grumpy person that you meet, like, why not see the possibility that just getting to know them, it might be different in the future. Don't just say that they are the way they are right now, and that's all they'll ever be. They're always going to be like that. It's like, were you always 2 feet tall and wearing little tiny tennis shoes and playing on a playground? No, you grow into things, and
Yeah. I mean, he has to be a genius to basically put on such a good front in front of his wife and his daughter and his son. And apparently he walked his daughter down the aisle when she got married. And well, just like Ramslin said,
well, did he go do something that same day, and on the day of her wedding? Or did he take a break, hopefully, for the wedding? I hope.
No, from after the last murder, which was in 1991, from 1991 to 2004, he was dormant. He didn't kill nobody. He was in what they call the dormant phase. Where for like from 91 to 2004, he was leading an ordinary life. He wasn't killing. He was basically like in a stasis mode. And according to his daughter, his daughter just came out a few weeks ago, and said that at the time of his arrest, the cops found some projects he was working on while he was in the dormant phase, that he was going to come out of the dormant phase and do more murders, but they got him before he could do it. But yeah, he's like almost 80 now, and yeah, he's probably gonna be dying here pretty soon because
You said he's suffering from dementia.
yeah, he's got on stage dementia.
Hmm.
Yeah, Heather. Yeah, Heather, that's true. Heather said his daughter has difficulties reconciling that her father did that. It was actually her. It was actually her DNA that put him away too, because the cops went to her gynecologist and got a DNA sample from one of her. At the time, this was back in 2004, one of her most recent Pap smears, and they used that DNA to find to find to match his DNA to the crimes.
Here's a photo of him with the 10 pictures of the victims if you want.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That was
Oh, that was from the
that
same
was his.
family. That's the family he killed.
Yeah, that's the family he killed. Joseph Otero, Josephine Otero, uh, Joseph Jr., Josie Otero, and that one right there, the number 5. He held on. He actually raped her, and then she was going to call. She said, "Let's hurry up and get this over with, so I can call the cops." And yeah, and he ended up strangling her and leaving her in her house. How he
Mhm.
got the name of BTK, it stands for bind, torture, and kill, or bind, torture, kill. He would bind them, he would torture them, and then he would kill them. And the one number 8 was his neighbor.
Hmm.
Yeah, number 9. Number 9 and number 6. Uh, they were mothers, and he killed them in front of their kids.
Oh my gosh. What's that movie? There's that line where the guy says, "Some men you just can't reach." This sounds like that type of
Oh,
a
I,
guy.
I, I remember the name of it. I remember the movie. I just can't remember the name of it.
But he never did he ever have any remorse or apologize or is he I think in this little bits and pieces that I've seen, he just seemed very like just you would analyze it as if this whole thing is just like a dishwasher that's acting up. It's um
Yeah,
just talk about the specifics without any kind of feelings or emotion.
yeah. Um, I mean he must not have had any emotion. You, to kill 10 people and then go home, take a shower, and climb in bed next to your wife, or uh, climb in bed next to your wife, or go out on camping trips with your son who's in Boy Scouts and you're his scout leader.
Hmm.
Either he was a very depraved person, or he was very cunning, and he knew how to slip back in the mask of a normal person.
Right. Yeah, I imagine. Now, did he, when he was with his family, did he seem normal, or was he able to act?
Yeah, when he was with his family, he seemed like a very normal person. Um,
Mm,
like taking his son out on camping trips with the Boy Scouts because he was the scout leader. Just he got urges like any other serial killer would, and he would give into the urges, go out and kill somebody, and then once the adrenaline rush was over, he would slip back into uh, his uh, his facade of being a normal person.
wow.
And that's the way he was from 1991 to 2004. He was a normal person, or in a facade as a normal person. He gave his daughter away at her wedding back in the late 90s.
Hmm.
He was a compliance officer for Park City, and he'd go around like write notices for people whose like grasses were whose grass was like like over 7 inches. He would go out write them like compliance tickets and stuff. But
So he's
how he
got the
got
first. So the first four are a family, but were there any other male victims after that, or
no,
they're all female?
that was the only male victim because
Yeah.
Joseph had not left for work yet.
Hmm.
He surprised him because apparently he had he would all of his victims he cased. He would study them from afar.
Right.
And he would learn their patterns. He would learn their habits. And he would find out when the husband left or when the husband but like what time the husband came back. Uh, and he called his victims projects.
Hmm.
And what I think is the reason why Joseph was killed was Joseph was late for work that day, and Dennis didn't realize he was home when he had broke in, because before he would break into his house, he would cut the phone line.
Hmm.
He would cut the phone line so they couldn't call for help.
Right. Right. Twisted individual.
Yeah, and see if you look at it, his initials BTK. Look at Koberger's initials
Yeah.
BCK.
BCK. Well, but this could be. I mean, there's a lot of like coincidences like that or bizarre things. You got we all thought it was the pair of Jacks that might
Yeah,
have done this crime. We always wondered, and it happens to be at the intersection of King and Queen.
yeah.
Um, you know,
Now, see what I can't figure out is why did he say 1122 King Road when it's not on King Road? Because if you look at the driveway to the house, the driveway comes off on Queen.
right. I think all those little houses in that area. Um, I saw a video about this. They speculated that all those houses are part of, like, each one is called, like, 1112 King LLC, and then all the other addresses, they're all King LLC. So I wonder if the official addresses of them are such because of that. I think that's what the video that I saw was speculating anyway. Um, I don't think it necessarily had to do with what street does the front of the house face, and then it wasn't determined, by that.
Yeah,
But I guess it, yeah, would confuse. And I guess there were some that were speculating, oh, maybe the DoorDash driver got confused because of that fact. But um, I really don't think the DoorDash driver went past the house and went back to be seen on the Linda Lane camera. Because I mean, I used to deliver Instacart. And, when I started doing nighttime deliveries for Instacart, I bought a good flashlight and I always had it in the car. I mean, anybody that, well, I mean, I think that number on that house was kind of lit up pretty well. Well, at least in the images that I've seen. So part of me wonders if maybe you don't even need a flashlight. That I just don't think that
yeah.
that house was that hard to find. And if
No.
they could look at her DoorDash ordering history and see if she's a regular orderer from DoorDash, then, and it happens to be very late at night like that, maybe that's just kind of a normal thing.
Yeah, because yeah, because I mean, there was what's weird is with that house when they tore it down, it looked like it was just made out of cardboard. Like there was no structure to it. It was like flimsy pieces of plywood.
True. Yeah, it
because
was. It didn't seem very strong.
yeah, because most houses, when you tear them down, it takes you a while to tear them down. That house, when it was down in a matter of minutes, and the way it went down, it looked like it wasn't even sturdy or nothing. You know?
Here, I got another picture for you to. Let's see, what is it called? This one. Yeah, here's the house when it had the garage. It had a whole lot more trees over there too.
See, what's weird is I went on Google the other day, right? And it set me right next to the house with the garage. And at first I
Yeah, I
didn't.
saw that too. You're kind of over by the corner of the beginning of Queen Road Apartments. So is it viewing it from
Yeah.
there? Yeah, I noticed that too the other day. I was like, wait, I thought I wasn't allowed to go back here.
Yeah, I mean, it showed this picture, right? But if you went down like a little, if you went down like a little bit and turned around and looked, it was all blurred out.
Yeah, let me see if I can. Let's see if I can simulate that again. Whoop.
That actually might be a different house, just built the same.
I don't know. It looks pretty much the same. I think. I can't imagine. It's such a. I think it's a very ugly house. Looks like somebody that
Yeah.
maybe took a couple classes in design but skipped a couple too.
Heather just said that driveway now was not the original driveway.
Like you can see, oh, so Heather, you're thinking it's a they kind of paved it differently, or
Yeah, Heather said, yeah, it's really messed up. It's a really messed up looking house. Whoever remodeled it sucks. Way back, it went to the right.
let me see if I was able to get to it. I can't remember what I did to get to that, what you were talking about, where you could see. I was wondering if I was searching for Queen Road Apartments, and that's how I ended up being able to get there.
Now, see, here's what's weird. Didn't the person that owned the house? His name was Dan Esty. He owned that house, plus he owned all the houses surrounding it. The name of his LLC was 1122 King Road LLC. He lived in Colorado, and even after he gave the house to the college, well, the college turned around and basically sold it to the Board of Regents, and it was the Board of Regents who had the house torn down. But let's see, what's weird is the house that was directly behind the 1122 King Road house is now owned by Karen and Charles Moy, or Karen and Thomas Moy, Megan Moy's parents. And if you remember from that one police officer asking for Megan when he was talking to Xana.
But I think when I heard that, I thought he just misread Mogan, meant to say Mogan and said Megan maybe. Kind of like there some people were talking about. You remember when Brian was pulled over for the crosswalk incident?
Yeah.
And some people said, well, okay, I think there's something nefarious going on here because the police dispatcher said Sonata.
Yeah.
But if you listen closely, I listened to that a bunch of times, tried to make out what I was hearing because it did sound like the dispatcher kind of basically said, my bad, I misspoke. But I think the reason she misspoke is because she knew it was a Hyundai that the officer was calling in about, a Hyundai. I think she had seen the abbreviation for sedan is SDN. So I
Yeah.
think Hyundai SDN, she assumed it was SON. Maybe it was handwritten or maybe it's just small. So she
Yeah.
assumed Hyundai Sonata. I think that's what happened. And then the officer said, no, it's supposed to be an Elantra. And the dispatcher said, oh, my mistake, I mean, I get, it's funny because I guess there's nothing wrong with like, no stone should be unturned. You should look into everything, sure. But I don't know. I guess I'm just the type that I'm good. There's got to be, if there's a plausible explanation, better, I think, in my opinion, to go towards the plausible than the
Yeah.
fantastic and the
Yeah.
wild and the crazy theory. And, because I think a wild and crazy theory, what does it get you? It's like,
But
I
see, it's
don't know.
always good to have a theory, but it's also good to help debunk a theory.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in the video I showed the other night, which I was getting flack for because some people thought I was bashing on Drip Drop, which I wasn't, because Swamp Rose did a reaction video to
Oh, yeah.
Chaos Sector, and I mean, even at the end, Swamp Rose said, "Come back, Drip Drop. We miss you." And
Mhm.
I was just replaying the video, and I even said, "We miss you, Drip Drop. We love you." And I was getting all kind of hate because people, thought I was talking bad about Drip Drop, which I wasn't. I was saying, "Hey, hey, come back. We miss you."
Mhm.
And yeah, and there was I was on panel with Swamp Rose the other day on Pia's channel, Strange Suspicion.
Mhm.
Um,
Right.
and there was this one point where Kiki said said in the video about Drip Drop. There's this one point that she made. Uh, she said in a quote, she goes, why does there have to be so much hate in our community? You know, why can't we just love and respect each other in the true crime community? Uh, she said, why can't we just give people positive and uplifting comments instead of coming into the comment section with hate? And
Right.
I agreed with her.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, it really becomes like Republicans and Democrats trying to have a conversation, and there's but
Yeah.
with vitriol um and I mean I've gone into I was in a chat not too long ago, and I open my mouth and I share my thoughts, and then I get
Yeah.
laughed at and kind of ridiculed, and man, the chat was just some comments where I was like, wow, I can't believe this. And you know what I do? I just go in the chat and I say, I said something just nice, like, hey, thank you all for being so nice to me here. you know, totally that's not what I was witnessing, but it's
Yeah.
almost like, well, let me just put that out. Because I know one thing is, if I react in the same way that people have what they send me, it's basically a tennis match. If they hit the tennis ball at me and I just hit it
Yeah.
back, then they'll hit it back, and you got a game going. But if they hit the tennis ball over and you just kind of step to the side and let it roll away,
Yeah.
they'll be like, over time, I hopefully they would wonder, is like, whew, wow, I tried to hit him with that tennis ball and he didn't hit me back. And what's going on? Maybe I should rethink. Maybe I should go. What's that movie? There's like, I think I'm gonna go rethink my life.
Yeah.
you know?
See, just like when I first got involved in this case, I was the newbie. I was
Mhm.
outside looking in, and there was a couple of content creators I'm not going to say their names, but one of them uh, was very hateful to me. Basically telling me to get out of the case because it was their case.
I'm,
But I'm
I'm
still
trying my
here.
hardest not to imagine who it could be and try and figure it out. But yeah, I know some can be not so not so nice, and yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense to me. It's like there's families that are hurting over this and have lost loved
Yeah.
ones, and we're piggybacking off of their pain, and
Yeah.
we're
And
I you know
I was watching something on Law and Crime the other day, and yeah, it was a story about Dylan and Bethany, and how and it was actually Banfield who was who was doing the show, and and what she said kind of royally pissed me off to the point where I don't like Ashley Banfield anymore because she made the statement that that Dylan and Bethany is trying to live a normal life, and
right.
they're being raked over the coals. Quote Ashley Banfield, by online trolls. And as soon as she said that, I knew she was talking about our community, the true crime community.
Right.
And yes, as soon as she said that, I'm like, yeah, I'm done listening to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently, uh, yeah, we're our community is getting blamed because Dylan went because not Dylan Bethany went off grid. You can't track her anymore. And
Right.
apparently, according to Dylan's dad, Dylan has such immense survivor's guilt that she has now is seeking spiritual guidance to help relieve her trauma.
Hmm. Yeah, that
And
sounds like, my gut instinct tells me that's a reaction to somebody who didn't know what was going on that night, who didn't know that, her friends were being unalived, and most likely wasn't involved in the whole process.
I mean, I think she was involved. I mean, not to the extent of actually being a participant in it, but I mean, it just goes back to the whole 8 hours.
Yeah.
Why wasn't the cops called until noon? I mean, you know where I'm coming from with that.
Right, right. But is it
And
possible too? We got that case in Kansas with the three guys that froze in the backyard. I mean, it's sure looking like it was, some kind of a drug or substance that caused them to not
yeah,
react as a person normally would in a situation like that. Because that was, that guy was sleeping for 2 days, and is it possible, Dylan and Bethany had something that knocked him out for 8 hours?
yeah,
Um, but the thing is like, it's a question of like, I ask myself, is Dylan, was she just frightened out of her wits, or did she not really understand that anything horrible was really going on? Because I'm thinking like I take it from the PCA that she wanted some quiet. She wanted to get to sleep, and she kept getting woken up. And who knows? This type of thing could have been happening, waking her up prior to even the killer coming into the house. Maybe everybody's kind of being jerks, and I'm just trying to sleep, and then so we get part of the story where she's opening her door, I think 3 times to say shut up, and but does she get to a point
and,
where at the end of it
yeah.
is what?
And third point, she sees the killer walk by. Third time when she opens
Yeah.
the door, she sees the killer walk by.
But let me ask you this: is it possible that frozen shock phase meant nothing more than, when you see a guy walk right past you as if you were completely invisible, does that just freak you out? And you're like, what the heck was that all about? That was weird. Is there any part of you that thinks, because I mean, I don't. Ethan didn't live in the house, right? He was just visiting Xana. Is there any part?
According to what I've been hearing, because of the fight that he got into that night with the other sorority member, and it was over Xana.
Right, Heather. I think
Because
what Heather said, his last comment was, I agree. Like, oh crap, you scared me, and then then it's over. It's that.
yeah, apparently, somebody at the Sigma Chi was hitting on Xana, and Xana kind of rebuffed him. He kind of rebuffed him, and Ethan stepped in and says, "Hey, that's my girl." Da 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 da, and it started a fight between him and another Sigma Chi member over Xana. And that night, it was just for one night, though. He got kicked out of the sorority for the night because of the fight. And he, if he hadn't got kicked out, it might have just been 3 victims, not 4.
Hey, here's a good picture to share while we're talking about Ethan and Xana. I like this picture. Can't really resize it. Can I do this? Well, part of me wonders, is it possible that that Ethan's presence there to Dylan meant like, oh, could she have thought, oh, this guy is obviously here and startled me as she walked by. This guy is obviously probably here this late at night, and is because Ethan's here. Maybe is there any resentment of like Ethan's being in the house means that guys will be there that wouldn't normally be there, and she doesn't like that, but is it possible that she saw the guy walk by her, startled, like, whoa, and the fact you startled me, and you didn't even acknowledge my existence, like I'm here. That was strange, and but at that moment in time, does she come to the conclusion? It's like, okay, they're quiet upstairs. Okay, I heard some crying, but then I also heard a male voice. It was probably Ethan saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So that's taken care of. So okay, all 4 roommates quiet now. Now we can go to bed. Now we can go to sleep. And
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, though. Why would she start texting all the roommates once the guy left?
See, that I need to see that I need to see where that comes from, because I think we were talking about it last night, because when I first heard the 2 roommates were texting, I didn't think to myself, I don't know why I didn't think to each other. I just thought, just like Xana is TikToking, but not TikToking with anybody in the house, just TikToking outwardly, using technology out of the house. So that's what I'm curious about, is the wording and what is meant by the wording, and where that wording comes from regarding them texting. I would love to know.
It's in the PCA. They got the information that way from downloading the data off of both Bethany and Dylan's phones. That's how they surmised that they were texting back and forth from the data from their phones.
Let me see. Is that the word they used? Can I search data?
It was a data data download.
Dang it! Why is it not searching from the top? Come on. Oh, I'm searching for the word Bethany. They don't use her name, and that they use BM, right?
No, they use.
This is the Brett Payne PCA you're talking about, right? Or is this another?
Yes, this is the Brett Payne PCA.
So, well, let me search for the word text. Hey, caramba. Come on. I know
Look for
this
the
is
word data download because in the Brett Payne PCA it stated that that DM and that they downloaded Dylan and Bethany's data off their
okay. I do
phone. So
see.
it was a data download.
I do see now. This is right after it says DM. Wait, here we go. I keep forgetting this is. You can just pull this up. Let me share the screen with this. Where are you? Okay, this is the PCA.
Yeah.
Let me go. Wait, let me shrink down the StreamYard so I can see it better. There we go. So yeah, so review of records. Phone showed kernodle is your phone likely awake and using TikTok. Oops. Okay, so this is like just recounting the story of Dylan, right?
Yeah.
Or should I let me? Well, yeah, it looks like the word download only appears once, so that was it.
Yeah.
Wait, that's but it says it here. Huh, that's weird. I know this is a scan that is, I guess, Adobe Acrobat doesn't quite. The text isn't quite perfect when it comes to searching. So, combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone. Leads investigators to believe that's when the homicide. See, it's not specifically saying that they were texting to each other.
Steve and Christy have come. Steve and Christy have come out, and since Kaylee was on their family plan, they were able to get the text records. And
right. And I agree, Heather. Yeah, it infers it, but I guess I'm skeptical when it comes to inferring because could it mean could it mean something else? Could it? I know it's a long shot to think they're not texting each other, but they are texting.
yeah, because Steve's made the mention that they received the text logs from Kaylee's phone since it was on their family plan, and
right.
There was text that was sent from Dylan's phone number because it was saved in Kaylee's phone under Dylan, and there was text that was coming in that night asking if everyone in the house was okay. So Dylan was texting all the roommates to see which ones would respond.
Right.
And Bethany was the only one that responded.
Well, and if they texted and did if they truly did text each other, I mean, what do you imagine is the exchange? What's the text exchange between the two of them?
That I wouldn't know. I would have to be either Dylan and Bethany to figure that one out.
All right. Well, you be Dylan and I'll be Bethany, and we'll role play. No, I don't mean to make light of it. But I'm wondering if it's like, because it's either going to be something awful, like, hey, can you go grab a mop and help me up here, or is it like, did you hear something? And it sounded like they're playing with the dog. That's what I thought I heard too. Okay, well, let's go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Could it be as something?
Well,
as simple as that?
weird. According to timeline data, everyone was accounted for that night. Bethany was accounted for. Xana and Ethan was accounted for because Bethany was with Xana and Ethan over at the sorority or the frat house. and Maddie and Kaylee was accounted for because they were at the corner club. The only one that was not accounted for the night of the murders was Dylan. Her whereabouts, even Chief Fry said the night of the murders, her whereabouts could not be determined.
Hmm. You know, when I think about like how the questioning of like Bethany and Dylan would have gone down, and ask myself, are they if they are involved in anything nefarious, can they get it past these officers or whoever's questioning them? And it makes me think of, like, I've watched the arrest of Emma Bailey,
Yeah.
and I guess I don't have a solid opinion on it, and I don't want to maybe can be too trusting, but I don't know. I don't see, if like EMS and police that went into that house, they kind of had a bit of a PTSD kind of reaction to this whole thing, and if they're experienced in this is their job, I mean, how much
just like
strength do
Steve
these
said,
young girls have?
just like Steve said, that the Moscow Police Department on this case was in over their heads. That's what Steve Gonzalez said. He said they were in
Right.
over their heads because if you look at it, who's normally the first ones on the scene is the police, and then right after they discover bodies, who do they call? They call the coroner, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't call the coroner for 5 hours. Uh, that Kathy Maybud or my butt, whatever her last name is.
I know I've always said my butt, and I know that's wrong. I know that's the wrong pronunciation, but sure makes it hard to forget her name, though.
Yeah, but she's actually came out in interviews and stated that she was the last one. She was the last one to view the bodies, and that wasn't until 5 o'clock in the evening. And see what I find funny is the Moscow PD forensic. It was either their forensics or it was the ISP forensics. They weren't when they went in. They weren't wearing masks. One of the forensic investigators sneezed in the crime scene. Um, they didn't have a protocol going into that house. Because normally the protocol is you go into it like a quadruple murder scene. You're wearing like a protective white suit and a breather and everything. And these Moscow cops were just walking through the house like it was an amusement park. They weren't wearing protective gear. They were walking out the house with the little paper booties on and walking back in the house with the same booties on. And
Right.
Steve G said that they were in over their heads.
Now, I know
mean,
I'm notorious for being devil's advocate, but part of me wonders if there were certain areas of the house that were just kind of cleared, basically, that it's safe to walk on the first floor. We've checked this out. Doesn't seem to be that anything happened on the first floor. They could have even had like a box of booties or fresh booties inside the door there at the, so they go in the house into the cleared safe zone. But then if you go upstairs, I imagine the path from Xana's room to Dylan's door, that's a sensitive area. So maybe you cannot walk in that area. I don't know. I mean, I imagine, come trial time, they'll have photos showing, and who knows, maybe that will be a factor. They'll say all this area over here was where it was safe to walk. We got a whole lot of flack for, going into the house a certain manner and assuming that, we were walking all anywhere. So I would hope that that's what the case is. And maybe with the coroner, is it possible it's like whatever she had to do her job would mean, moving the bodies a little, testing for whatever she would have to do her job. And
Yeah.
maybe they felt like, no, we don't, before you touch them, before you move them even a centimeter, we want photos from many different angles. We want this whole thing preserved and documented as is, pre-coroner's involvement. And then, then it was, after that, it was okay for the coroner to, plus too, you got to wonder if if this isn't something they deal with on a daily basis or monthly basis out there. So I'm
Yeah.
sure they're like, how do we got to do this right? Check the rule book. I mean, I bought the book that the University of Idaho president wrote, and I'm not finished with the chapter. I kind of forgot I bought it, to be honest. I think I read 20 pages. I think I got 20 pages to go on the chapter about the murders. And he kind of talks about the process they went through and the teams they got together and how they, informed people of what's going on or tried to foresee what needs people would have, students would have, families would have, things like that. So I imagine all the police departments, I don't know how quickly they called in the FBI, but I mean, FBI would probably has ready to go the moment they get the call.
Yeah.
But this small town, I would imagine they've got a little bit of like, okay, wow, we've got to learn how to do this stuff. This is new.
Yeah.
To a point. I mean, it's not like there's not a bit of crime or murders or people, committing crime out there, but
Yeah, and I see I can see where you come from with that. Yeah,
let me see if I can answer that question that Heather's got. I'll pull up the book. I don't think it'd be right to show the book on on your screen, because I think there's probably rules against
Jeff
that.
H. in his book. When was he summoned to the scene? Was he even summoned to the scene?
I don't think so. I think he was informed about it. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a chapter called When Evil Visits Your Campus.
Now, see what I don't understand. If the house was given to the university, is the Board of Regents part of the university?
Yeah, I don't know.
And Scott Green was wanting to build a memorial, like a memorial garden there on the side of the house. Ethan's brother and sister talked him out of it, and they want to build the memorial garden on the campus.
Right.
Yeah, because I've noticed that the Gonzaleses and the Mogans, they have lawsuits that are pending. They're not filing them yet. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That's my dog telling me he'd like to go out and relieve himself. Right? Is that what you're trying to say? Actually, I should probably hop down and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah,
we have a.
I'm getting ready to do the
I
same.
was talking to the drummer that's in my band that earlier. We actually have I met a bass player at a restaurant. We went into the restaurant. They said, you got 15 minutes. Oh, your dog heard my dog bark, Heather. Yeah, that happens to me all the time with people when I'm on, they're online, they got their dogs in the background. But we were in the restaurant. They said it's going to be a 15-minute wait. I said no problem, and I said I went and used the restroom. When I came back, my wife was talking to this guy, and they're talking about music, and it's like, she's like, he's a musician. I said, how'd you get on the subject of that? And he said, I looked down, I saw his socks have pictures of guitars on them, and I was like, oh, you play guitar? And he said, no, I'm actually a bass player. And it's funny because I've been looking for a bass player in the area. So,
Yeah.
so actually, yeah. Long story short, tomorrow, or well, tonight now. Yeah, we've got band practice, and I'm going to bring a bass player. Who knows? This could be I play bass in the band, but I really would like to play guitar. So if it works out that he's a good bass player, then I could play the guitar in the band, and that would be kind of cool.
All right. Well, if you want to, what time's your band practice over with?
Well, we don't get back. It's like an hour drive away, so I don't end up getting back till. Wait, what am I saying? So I'm saying 11 p.m. as if it's late, but look, it's 1:30 now. This is.
Oh, it's
So
12:30.
what time are you going on? You go on late tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm thinking
Same
about
time,
it.
same bat channel, or
Yeah, because I started my live at 9 p.m. my time, and
yeah.
I'm Central Standard Time.
Now, what is your name? I don't know. I don't ever call you by name, or do you
My
go
name's
by
Robert.
Robert? Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure, Robert. I appreciate you letting me be part of your show, and you seem like a very cool
Heather
guy. I
Fitzgerald,
love the conversations.
yeah, Heather Fitzgerald just said, "Hopefully he works out. If not, you can call Bill Thompson." Uh,
Yeah. Oh, because you got the beard of a bass player. Yeah. See,
uh,
I think that's a little nicer. Why don't they call Bill Thompson like Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top instead of Santa Claus? They're so mean to him. But
yeah, no, I was gonna say, if you want to when you get back from your practice tomorrow night, if you want to hop on panel again, you're more than welcome on my panel.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll look for you. I mean, that's kind of my usual thing. Even it's probably I need a 12-step program with regards to YouTube true crime, because I sit here and I say, okay, I'm going to do an invoice for the job I did a couple days ago. I open the invoice program, and next thing I know, I'm clicking on YouTube and seeing who's live. It's like, what am I doing? Come on. I think there's a couple invoices that I even forgot. People got free work from out of me because I'm so saturated with this case.
Heather just said, "LOL, 12-step program." Same here.
Well, it's funny. A long time ago, I quit Facebook because of a similar kind of thing. I would try to get work done, and I'd end up commenting on something on Facebook, and then I okay, now I'm getting back to work, and then I'd hear a notification bell, and I got to go check it out. And there's the response. But that's fine if it's just one person you're responding with. But when you got 5 or 6, that you're commenting on, you never get to the point where you're done. So yeah, I actually quit Facebook, and I think I was off of there for maybe a year and a half or 2 years.
Oh,
And
wow.
then something happened, and I thought, okay, I kind of, either business wise, or I think there was a project I was working on, and the person said, "Oh, I put all the pictures for the video you need. They're on my Facebook." And I'm like, "Oh, geez."
Heather
It's
just
almost
said,
like tell.
Heather just said, "OMG, Facebook is so unhinged. The groups on the Idaho case. Sometimes
Yeah.
if I'm up super early or late, I go on there and incite riots in those groups."
Yeah. Yeah, the passions run high in this case, and it's it's too
Yeah,
bad
I know.
we get angry with each other, and you know, but hopefully it's so funny because I'm still blocked on like 3 channels, I think, maybe 4. And it still blows my mind. It's like,
Yeah.
did I really say anything that bad that I deserve to be, And sometimes it's not necessarily the creator. It's one of the mods that,
Yeah. Well, Adam just said Instagram blocks the Idaho 4K stuff.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
And
interesting.
then Heather just said people are literally unhinged.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like that guy was unhinged for different reasons. But remember when JLR went to right
Yeah.
outside the 112 house, that guy with the flag on his truck, he was quite upset. But now he's upset for a different reason. He's a local there, and I guess he
Yeah.
elected himself sheriff, I guess.
Yeah, Heather just said I laugh about it. I'm blocked on GAC for being a Illuminati fan. Even Substack, he blocked me, which we spoke a lot on Substack, and now I'm blocked on Hughes for correcting him.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Gray Hughes. I love his work, but his bedside manner, wow. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't understand the well, what is that expression? You got people that just don't suffer fools, and so if he
Yeah.
thinks you're a fool and he thinks your question is stupid, or many times if he's gotten upset with me just because he's like, yeah, Jeff, you've said that many times, you always keep saying that. And it's like, well, seemed appropriate, I thought, for the conversation, and maybe I don't remember what your response was last time we talked about it, and only
Yeah.
takes 2 seconds. It takes 2 seconds to answer my question, Gray, but it takes like 30 seconds to really just run me over the coals. So if it's a matter of like efficiency and trying to keep the show running and I'm disrupting, maybe just take the 2 seconds to answer the question. And I think
Yeah.
so what I'm saying is it takes less time to be nice, and it takes a whole lot more time to be grumpy and mean, and but that's his style, and that's if that's working for him, that's it's his show.
Yeah, and like Heather just said, I corrected him on wording in the PCA, like it wasn't even my opinion. And I think she's talking about Gray Hughes, and she
Yeah.
said he is rude as hell.
Yeah, I corrected him. Not corrected him, but he was showing his Elantra overlay over the
Yeah.
video of where the car sits there for 10 seconds, and he would fade it up and fade it down, fade it up, fade it down, with no pause in between where you could see
Yeah.
just the car as it is on the Linda Lane footage. And as a video editor to a video editor, I was just suggesting, I said, maybe Gray, if you
Yeah.
left like a second or two where you just see it, it'd be easier to kind of get a sense. And he got really nasty about it. What's funny though is that I think it was just a couple days ago he was showing that same overlay to someone or on the channel, and he made the comment. He's like, I should probably leave a little space between the time. And I'm thinking, like, isn't that the same thing we just discussed? Like a week or so ago.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I even with the grumpiness, like I said, I think it's possible to get along with everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody is not the same, and Gray's pretty cool, even though I do find myself, I get like upset a little bit, and I like unsubscribe, and it's like, that was silly. Let me subscribe, let me, but I've gone back and forth a couple times like that. And, but there are some, I think you were describing someone who it's like, it's just very, you just couldn't take them and you had to just, okay, I'm out of here. And there are a couple like, wow, I can't be in here 5 minutes without being like, it's this is not the place for me.
Yeah.
Or some of the, when you hear the cackling laughs that are kind of like evil, maniacal laughs towards law enforcement, and it's like, okay, wait, this is getting a little too ugly for me. And
Yeah.
I just don't. These are, like I said, these are real humans. These are real people with lives. And I think too, you get more out of these people treating them nice. Because why treat them terribly, and then maybe you're in an opportunity in the future where it's like, oh my gosh, I got the prosecutor has responded to my email, and
Yeah.
hey, I have a question for you. And then what do they say? Oh, I heard you laughing at me maniacally with that cackling laugh. No, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, so you kind of miss out on an opportunity. And I know it's possible because I had a couple email exchanges with Chief Fry. He had that card on his desk that for a while there people were wondering if it was a tarot card, and And I was
Yeah.
very interested in knowing the truth because, we got the Delphi case with Odinites and stuff. And I'm like, wow, I don't like that there's a flavor of like, is this similar to Odinites with what's going on with this card? What is this card?
Yeah.
And I was pretty sure it was a Catholic prayer card, and I was right. But I emailed him about it, and I said, I was just asking, is that like a prayer card, or what is that card? He said, yeah, it's a Catholic prayer card for police officers, specifically for police officers. It's on my community tab. He sent me the photos. He said, would you like me to send you a photo of it on my desk? And I was like, that'd be awesome. I appreciate it. I asked him too. I said, can you take a picture of the front and the back, because everybody's going to want to know what's on the back. And it's just a prayer for to keep your fellow officers and yourself safe as you go out there every day and do police work. So
Yeah.
so
Here,
yeah,
I
I thought
think
that
it
was pretty cool.
I think here about a month ago, I got to talk to Christy Gonzalez here about a month ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got to talk to her over the phone, and she seems like she's a very nice lady, and
Yeah.
I was giving her condolences for the loss of Kaylee, and she said thank you, and she also said that she feels like there was some people that was involved in the case that was cleared too quick. Now she didn't say who, but she
Right.
said she felt like there was some people that was cleared too quick. She said because like a couple of days after the murder, there was just people that was being cleared like bam, 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 and she said they never even bothered to check their alibis; they just cleared them.
Right. Yeah, I remember her saying something similar to in an interview, and I think she did preface part of what she said with that she wasn't talking about those in the immediate circle, which I thought excluded, like, say, a Dylan or a Bethany, or somebody that this was people that were, whatever that meant, outside the inner circle of friends or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think because of that fact, that's because I think it's, again, this is usually what happens with me. I hear people discussing something and they say something like as if it's solid fact that she said, they cleared people, and then everybody starts speculating that, Dylan or Bethany. And then I was like, okay, wait, I gotta go hear what she said, because it sounds like she's implicating Dylan and Bethany right here with what she said. And then I go listen to the interview, and I heard that little the phrase that preceded it was, something to the effect of, it wasn't people that were in the immediate circle. One thing I've been thinking I should do is, because Adobe Premiere does a great job with auto transcribing every video clip that you import into it if you turn it on. And I was thinking, like, all the interviews with the Gonsalves family, the Chapins, all the press conferences with the police, I should bring all those in. I mean, they're already in, I think, my Adobe Premiere project, but I think I brought them in back before I was even aware of this auto transcribing. And so what's cool is I bring up the clip, and then I just search for a word, just like we did with the PCA document, and it brings up the word, it cues me up to it, and I just hit play, and I'm listening to it. So I think that would be a handy thing, because oftentimes in live streams and on panel, everybody's saying, now I think they said something like, it's like, well, that's nice if you want to talk about what they said something like. How about if we actually listen to exactly what they said? And so that's kind of like on the back burner for a little project for me to have, or just, I think my organization with my project in Adobe Premiere with all these clips could be a little bit cleaner. I get kind of excited about something or get an idea, and I start making a video, and I've been a little sloppier than I would with like a paid project that I was working on in Adobe Premiere. This is kind of a personal thing. So,
Yes, what's weird is the Mogans and the Gonzalez's, they've already got on reserve lawsuits against the city of Moscow and the University of Idaho. They're apparently they're waiting till the trial is over with to file the lawsuits, and
That's interesting.
I don't know how much the lawsuits are for, but they do have lawsuits on retention, and they're not filing them until after the murder trial is over with. But yeah, it is the lawsuits are aimed at the U of I and the city of Moscow.
Wow, Heather's talking about some serious stuff she's gone through. That's awful, Heather. I'm so sorry.
And I'm sorry, Heather.
I had an uncle. My uncle took his life when I was in high school. He's the one who taught me to play guitar. And what was really awful about it is that he had taken his life. His girlfriend came out of the shower and found what he had, found him. And then she called the police. And as the police were coming up the stairs, she took her life. And police heard the gunshot as they were coming up the stairs to the apartment. And so we lost both of them on that day. And that's a mystery right there. Part of me wonders if, looking into that is because, there's just like in any case, there's always questions. Like, I think there was some neighbors that thought they heard some male voices arguing a little bit before. So I've always got that little bit of a question in the back of my head, even though everybody's accepted it that he took his own life. There's part of me that wonders if it was, something else.
Yeah, I'm sorry about
that's hard. It's hard to lose people that are so. I mean, they're so precious. It's awful. It's so hard to. The pain doesn't go away. It's just like sometimes, certain situations or something reminds you, and you are right back at, the day it happened. It's like,
yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
Which I hope for anybody, if there's anybody that happens to listen to this or watch this or has any thoughts of like, ending it, it's like you do so much pain to those that you leave behind. I think the pain is just awful. Never goes away. It goes on for years and years and years. You just have to cope and deal with it and find ways to, whether it be remembering the good times or just, hoping to see them again in the future. But there's that expression that I know from friends that have gone through like AA and stuff, is that expression they have called 5 minutes from the miracle. It's like whenever you're feeling like really, really down, just imagine that, you could be 5 minutes from the miracles, 5 minutes from something changing the way you feel at the moment, 5 minutes from your problem becoming resolved,
Yeah, see, just like back in 2011, yeah, my current wife, she's my third wife. We've been together for 10 years, but back in 2011, my second wife, she passed away of a heart attack. She was only 28 at the time when she passed, and I was in the because she was going in for just a routine heart cath that morning. And they did the heart cath. They found out that she was 28. Her cholesterol count was that of a 50-year-old woman. And she went into cardiac arrest with me standing in the hospital room next to her.
Oh my gosh.
I walked. They said I could, because they were prepping her for emergency open heart surgery. They said I could go in to the prep room since I was her husband. I walked in, I bent down, I kissed her. I said, "I love you, baby." She said, "I love you too, honey." And then about 5 minutes later, she went into cardiac arrest. And about 10, the last family member of hers was in a wheelchair. They were pushing her into the hospital, and right as they were pushing her in, that's when she passed. She woke up long enough to ask if her mom and dad was there, and they said, "Yes, your mom and dad's here." She lost consciousness again, and the surgeon who was going to do the open heart surgery, went ahead and started doing the surgery there in the room she was in with your prepping her, and he opened her up and saw her heart wasn't beating. He went to massage her heart, and it wouldn't start beating, and she was pronounced dead at 10:45 on September September 16th, 2011. And
Mm,
you know, I'm it's what been 13 years, and it still it still feels like that day a part of me died.
right,
And
right.
yeah, yeah, I mean, I go to visit her grave when I can, and I mean her birthday was like literally of the 20th of December, and I mean every time her birthday comes around, I'm like a bawling mess.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I love my current wife, and yeah, she asked me the other night exactly what happened with Sherry, so I told her, and she said, "Oh my God, honey," she said, "I'm so sorry," because I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Robert. I appreciate you sharing that though, because when I hear somebody share a story like that of what they've been through, I mean, it just it kind of sheds light on how I guess you could say how Tonka tough you are, because I mean,
Yeah,
you to have to go through these things, and to when you share them and with people, they just I kind of get a glimpse of just how tough you are, and we've all got something. Everybody's got something. Nobody. I mean, I guess there's some people that maybe they're very fortunate, and maybe for those it's just something big and really difficult just hasn't happened yet. So that's the other good reason to hear somebody share the story, is because, like, okay, don't go into this with rose-colored glasses. Don't be too naive. Like, appreciate the ones you got, with you right now, and don't take it for granted. Um,
yeah. I mean, uh, we got together in 2010, and her mom was like very old fashioned. You don't sleep together until you're married and stuff like that, and
mhm.
well, we did anyway, but when we were out at her we did when we were out at her house, yeah, I had to sleep on the couch, and then Sherry had to sleep in the back bedroom with her kids, and um, we got
They
married.
didn't handcuff you to the couch,
No, uh,
make you sleep in the living room.
yeah, yeah, we got married. My birthday's on June 1st, and we got married 12 days after my birthday. We got married June 12th, 2011, and I mean, what I thought was so funny is she told me that how you're supposed to take a little piece of cake and put it in each other's mouth. Well, she
Right,
goes,
right.
honey, she goes, when I do that, I'm gonna shove it in your mouth. And so there's like literally a picture and a video of us trying to shove the cake in each other's mouth.
Oh,
Um,
that's awesome.
yeah,
That's
we
the way
got
that's the way you're supposed to do it. That's doing it the right way. I think I was at a wedding once where the bride got upset because her new husband shoved it in her face, and it's like, come on, that is how you do it.
yeah
That is
we
showing that you know how to have fun.
yeah we got married under a gazebo uh, by a lake in Augusta, Kansas, and because that's where she was. She told me that's where she always wanted to get married at, was by Augusta Lake under the gazebo there, and that's where we got married at. And then and then about about 4 months later, she was gone.
Mm,
We had all these plans and all these hopes and dreams, and see what was weird. I don't know if it was I wasn't I wasn't a very religious man back then, but
uh-huh.
what was weird was like 2 days before 2 days before it happened, I had a dream it happened,
Mm,
and I don't know if that was God preparing me for what was about to come, and for like 2 days I was a mute. I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't even say nothing to her, and then like the night before the procedure, I was just sitting there, just like a blank look on my face, and she goes, honey, what's wrong? She goes, you've been like this for 2 days. What's wrong? So I finally told her, and I mean, I was a
Mm.
bawling mess when I told her, and she's like, honey, don't worry, nothing's going to happen. This is a routine. This is a routine procedure. You're not going to lose me. You know, everything's going to be okay. And then the next day, it was like my dream started unfolding,
Mm.
and uh, her mom. I still talk to her mom to this day. She still considers me like a son. I s and she considers my daughter like a granddaughter. So I still talk to her mom to this day, and, her mom told me, she says, she said, "You never know what God's gonna prepare you for until you go through it." She said, I think God gave you that vision to prepare you for what was gonna happen next." She said, "I honestly think that." And then,
Right.
she told me, like, she told me the day that Sherry died. She told me, um, that she was so happy that her daughter met me, and I asked her why. She said, "I've never seen my daughter so happy. Before she met you, she wasn't happy. After she met you, she said
Uh,
she was glowing." And even her dad told me the same thing, at the wake. And he goes, "Robert," he goes, "I'm proud to call you a son-in-law." He said, "You made my daughter happy." He said, "She had a glow like she'd never had before." And he said, "I'm just sorry it ended the way it ended." He said, "As far as I'm concerned," he said, "you'll always be a part of this family." And I'm like, "Well, thank you, sir." And then 13 years later, her brothers, basically stabbed me in the back. "Oh, you're not blood. You're not part of the family."
hmm.
And well, her mom still considers me part of the family, but she said, "Now, Robert," she said, "you're not blood, so technically you're not real family." And that's what they're talking about. You're not blood, so you're not real family.
Right.
And
Right.
and
Well,
they
that's silly because that notion because I mean you adopt a child, same principle applies, but my gosh, I think I have a stepson and stepdaughter. I mean, we're not blood, but they are my son and daughter. No way there's no convincing me any other way. But I think it's wonderful that you got that dream because the other thing it does, I know the Bible says that God is close to the brokenhearted. And what if you hadn't had that dream? You might be asking yourself, was like, well, wow, maybe God doesn't care, or maybe God isn't even there. Um, I mean, a skeptic could say, oh, I'm not even gonna say that. I believe that is special and is as wonderful as you just described that it is. The fact that you had it, I think, is kind of a confirmation that God's got you, and when you're in that in an extremely painful thing that you've got to go through. Um,
yeah,
and what a great response from your parents to you that
yeah,
they're grieving themselves. When somebody's grieving, you think they have every right to just be thinking of themselves and just grieve, and they don't have no time to be uplifting or encouraging to somebody else. But it sounds like they were extremely encouraging to you to let how that you made her happy. I mean, what if you'd have never met and she'd have gone, however many days and then and left this life, unhappy. You came
yeah,
along and that's awesome. And it's so awesome that they shared that with you.
yeah.
Sounds like some good people.
Her mom is a very good person. My stepson Bobby, he's special. Yeah, well, she said my former stepson, he's special needs, and yeah, 13 years later, he still calls me dad. And
Mm,
my former stepdaughter, up until she met this new guy that she's with, she was calling me dad, and she was checking up on me. Well, she got with this new guy, and he's very controlling, and because of that, she's not allowed to talk to anybody that's not family, according to him.
Mm.
But I mean, I still love her. I think about her all the time, and I think about Bobby too. It's kind of weird. My name is Robert. His name is Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be 20 years old, like in 2 weeks, like 19 or 20. But I
But
mean,
do they watch your channel? You think? I mean, you can't talk to her, but seeing your channel, I mean, she knows how you feel right now, just what you just said.
yeah,
So hopefully that's the
I mean,
case.
hopefully she watches my channel.
Yeah.
Bobby, he don't like anything that's not cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of it. He's autistic plus mentally retarded. So he's autistic plus MR, and all
Okay.
he does is he likes to watch cartoons, mainly anime. And
Yeah.
I asked him, I said, "Would you watch one of my crime videos?" He goes, "No, Daddy." He's like almost 19, 20 now, and I'm
Yeah.
like, and he goes, maybe if you show some anime, I'll watch it.
Time to get out your drawing pencils and
Yeah,
and start animating.
yeah,
Well, Robert, I should get off of here. I my dog is probably like, you suck. I've had to go to the bathroom for a bit here, and all right, Nanook, I'm coming. But well,
hey,
always a
you get this.
pleasure, and yeah, I'll look for you tomorrow night.
Okay, hey,
And good to see you,
he's got
AR. I see AR Hayes and what's
hey,
that?
your dog's got the same name as the dog out of the Lost Boys, Nanook.
Yeah, that's what he was. We got him from previous owners about. I think we've had him 2 years now, and yeah, the previous owners had named him after the dog in Lost Boys. We were gonna
Yeah,
change his name, but
yeah.
I decided it's like, you go this long with this one name, that didn't seem right to change it. I like it too, Nanook.
Now, do you know
Of
that
course,
the
of course
house?
the cutie name is Nookie. He's like, come here, Nookie.
Uh, Now, do you know the house that was the grandpa's house in Lost Boys is still standing to this day?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Uh,
I don't know that I ever saw all of Lost Boys. I think I just seen scenes here and there. But my brother loves to go and take pictures where movies were shot, like oh, what's that Stephen King movie where all the trucks and the vehicles come alive and ATM
Maximum
machines come
Overdrive.
alive. Yeah, so that's down in Wilmington, North Carolina, and he was living down there, and he'd just go all over taking pictures, trying to line them up, just like they were in the scene. And I just think that's so cool. There's some people that think that there's no significance to like a location where something has happened. Like if you go to where Kennedy was shot there, I remember listening to this interview with this woman, and she's like, I don't care. It has no significance to me. I don't go to museums and none of this stuff. It's just stuff. And I think to myself, it's like, oh man, I think you're missing out on some of the joy of life. Like I want to go. I was a big fan of that show Lost, and I
Yeah.
would love to go to Hawaii and just see all the locations. And there's just something kind of interesting and significant about standing where they were standing when they shot the scene, and that's magical to me. And I think it's probably connected with the same kind of feeling we get with regards to this the house being torn down in Idaho.
Yeah.
It's like there's a significance. This is their last place where they were alive. There were happy times there, not just bad. Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
black smoke, Heather. I remember we went and saw the last episode of Lost at a movie theater, and that was the only place. Maybe I can Google it. Maybe it still exists. But that was the only place I saw. There was a commercial for Target just before the last episode of Lost, and I think they had like the black smoke creature in the commercial. I can't remember the commercial, but I thought it was so cool. That's the only place I ever saw that commercial. Didn't air anywhere else. But yeah, Lost was very cool. I really got sucked into that music and I know a lot of people got lost in the second, literally got lost in the second season where it was kind of underground with what's his name? Heather, do you remember the guy's name that was living underground in the bunker, and they convinced him he couldn't go outside because the air wasn't safe? And
I
but
know what you're
that's a
talking about.
really
Wasn't it like the boy in the bubble or something? Boy in the plastic
with the
bubble or
with Lost.
Oh, Lost.
Yeah, no, this was or are you thinking of the movie? I know there was that movie with John Travolta where he was in a bubble.
Yeah. And that's what I
Was
was
it
thinking of.
Damon? Not Damon. Damon. Oh man, I might have to pull out Lost and just start over, and just pretend like I had never seen it. One of the first scenes I think that is great. You know, they got that when he's it starts with him on the beach and amongst the trees, and he's just running through the trees. But there's that shot where he like comes out and he's on the beach, and the camera does like I think it's a full
He
360.
came to be welcome to the channel.
They turn that camera all the way around. It comes right back to him, and then you see the plane wreckage and stuff. I love that shot.
Yeah. Now, what did you think of the reboot of the War of the Worlds? The one that
with the Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I think I enjoyed that movie. I don't really remember the original too much, although I do remember when I was younger. I think that was another movie that kind of could freak you out.
Yeah.
That was
in the original you had the spaceships flying around with the little thing, and in the reboot you had the gigantic walking robots.
Right. Now in both movies, were these aliens dormant and under the ground until this time where they came out? Or
Well,
I don't remember if that's
now in the original. This giant capsule landed on the Earth and had the ships inside of this capsule that landed on the Earth, because the capsule the capsule and the ships came down in the ships came down in a giant capsule like a meteor, and it hit the Earth, and then the ships came out of the capsule once it hit the Earth. In the reboot, you had these aliens riding the lightning down into the ground, where the gigantic robots were I guess being stored or whatever.
Yeah, there's something about a good movie where it's just, these very fragile human bodies that are up against these enormous, metal machines. It's kind of like in Terminator. It's like, gosh, how are they possibly going to make it through all that? But another good movie with regards to like this Idaho case and DNA. Did you ever see that movie Gattaca?
Yeah, I saw Gattaca.
Yeah, I've watched that movie probably 10, 15 times. I love that movie. It just the notion of how he's got to live with such total awareness of every bit of DNA that could fall off of him, and he lives in a time in society where you are judged by the pristineness of your DNA. It's not like a class system by financial class or your family, or how it's all about your DNA. And that's a cool movie. What, Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, I think.
Yeah. And I think another cool movie is it's called Just in Time. It has Justin Timberlake in it. It's basically you have like all these numbers on your arm, and you have to keep like re-upping the numbers, because once the numbers run out, you die. So it's basically the numbers are how many years or how many days you have left to live, and if you don't, if you don't add more numbers to that, or like refill the numbers, then you die. Yeah, it's called Just in Time or Out of Time or something like that. But it's
how do you re-up the numbers? What do you have to do to to
Um,
to change the numbers.
you buy them on the black market.
Oh, okay, okay. That kind of reminds me of that movie, The Giver. Did you ever? I read the book and then I saw the movie. I think both are really good. But that's I think that's it's a society where now there's very similar, I guess, to Logan's Run, but a society where
Yeah,
you get to a certain age and then there's I think ceremonies to where that's it. That's the end of your life then, or something like that.
yeah,
Although in The Giver, I think there was something they were all taking. They'd somehow got all of mankind to take these pills that would. I don't think they saw in color anymore, and I think they, so they were their brains were very washed into just the way that society wanted them to be, and I guess there was a couple that decided to, they weren't going to take these pills anymore, and they started to see the world in color and started to see what could be, and that they were lied to, and um, some movie. Oh,
yeah,
Looper. I think I saw Looper. Did that have
yeah,
Bruce Willis in it?
yeah. That had Bruce Willis in it. I haven't seen the Time Traveler's Wife though. Well, there was Looper,
No.
and there was also a movie called Jumper. Uh, Jumper is the Bruce Willis movie. Looper is that one that had the kid that played the kid that played Anakin Skywalker,
Oh
uh,
yeah, yeah,
Hayden
yeah. He's
Christensen.
good. Yeah, he's a good actor. Oh no, I'm thinking of the guy who played the you know Darth Vader's son, the young. No,
Uh, yeah, think about Mark Hamill.
no. In the newer ones, the gosh, I'm forgetting his name. He had he was going after the female Jedi that was training with Luke on the island, but he had the old.
You're talking about Kylo Ren.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
basically Ben Solo. He was the son of Han Solo and Leia.
Right, right. Oh, that's right. That's right. Man, see, I've been watching too much true crime. I'm forgetting my movies. I used to be into movies. But
Yeah,
well,
I saw this new. I just see real quick. I saw this new music video out, and it's got Ben Shapiro rapping in it.
oh, really?
Yeah, but
doing
I'll let
doing
you go
his
ahead and I'll let
doing
you
his
go ahead
best
and get
Snoop
off
Dogg.
here. No, he's rapping with Tom McDonald.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll have to search that.
Yeah, it's called
All right, well, cool.
Facts.
It's called Fact
Yeah,
or Facts.
FACTS. Facts.
Fact. Okay. All right.
But
Well,
yeah, I'll let
cool.
you go ahead and get off of here and just kind of look out for me tomorrow night, okay?
Will do. Will
Everyone
do.
give a
Yeah.
round of
Yeah. I'll check.
applause for Jeff.
Thanks, everybody. I can hear you applauding. I hear you applauding. Or maybe that's the sound of my dog peeing on the couch. Oh, there it is. There it is.
All right, Jeff. You have
All
a
right,
good night, man.
Robert. You too. You too. I appreciate it. All right. Bye bye.
All right, bye. Okay, you guys want to watch a short music video, and then I'm gonna jump off of here. It's getting late. I want I want to get y'all's reaction to this video.
They call me offensive, controversial. There's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message. Cause I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, alright. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't wanna talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke, no hope, it's pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper pose. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you.
Yes, that's Ben Shapiro.
You can riot in the streets, you defunded the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a whap. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You going to prison. I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. Then I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a billboard number one.
This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper pose. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you. You mad, you mad, you mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim, well, I'ma be the man. You sad, you sad, you sad. You just try to get attention, being triggered's all you have. You mad, you mad, you mad. You blame everybody else for every problem that you can. You sad, you sad, you sad. I will never say I'm sorry, I ain't taking nothing back. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
That's my outro tonight, guys. You guys have a good night, and hopefully I'll catch you up on here tomorrow night. Peace out, guys.
Join Planet Fitness during the big
You guys want to hear an encore before I leave? Different music video? This is by a band called Liliac. They're a brother. They're a brother and sister band.
Si tu cuarto de hotel es la recámara, el gimnasio y el comedor, quizás
Peace out, guys. That was the encore outro. You guys have a good night, and I'll be back on here around the same time tomorrow night. Peace.